Okay, we are ready to roll. Thank you all so much for joining us. Please make yourselves comfortable. Coffee and tea and our grazing board here. Place to hang your coats up there. My name is Elizabeth Maddock Dillon. I'm a professor in the English department here, and I am the co-director and the co-founder of the Early Caribbean Digital Archive, which hopefully many of you know and love, but if you don't, I encourage you to check it out. This is a project that I co-founded with my colleague, Nicole Aljoe, and we've been working on it for these many years. And the Caribbean Digital team reached out to us and invited us to host the Caribbean Digital 12th annual meeting, and we were thrilled to do so because this community has been so valuable and generative and supportive. So we're very excited to have you all here in Boston, and there is so much good work coming your way. Just hold on to your seats. I want to start with acknowledging that Northeastern University sits on the unceded ancestral land of the Wampanoag, Nipmuc, and Massachusetts tribal nations. We recognize that members of the Northeastern community have and continue to benefit from the use and occupation of this land. And we recognize that the Massachusetts, Wampanoag, and Nipmuc people are alive and flourishing members of Northeastern and the broader Boston and Massachusetts community today. I want to also briefly recognize the longstanding historical and formative connections between Boston and the Caribbean, not least among which is that many of the indigenous people who lived in this area were kidnapped and enslaved in the Caribbean in the 17th century by English settler colonials. In addition, much of the founding wealth of Boston was funded by the enslavement of Africans and the theft of their labor in the plantation systems of the Caribbean. The American Revolution and Boston itself, as a metropolitan node in the Atlantic world, was underwritten and made possible by the so-called sugar revolution in the Caribbean, namely by the theft of land and labor from indigenous people and enslaved Africans. Fun founding Boston fact: in the 17th century, you could, and people did, pay their tuition at Harvard in the form of sugar. The structural connections between the Caribbean and Boston are manifold. They run deep and they endure. Today, some 30% of Boston public school children are from the Caribbean or have Caribbean ancestry. So I invite you to think about that history as we are engaged in the work of this conference for the next couple of days. I also want to share with you that this conference is dedicated to the loving memory of Dr. Angel Nieves, a colleague of ours who passed 2 years ago. At the time of his passing, he was Dean's Professor of Public and Digital Humanities, Professor of Africana Studies and History, and Director of the Humanities Center at Northeastern University in Boston, i.e. here. As you can see by these many hats, Dr. Nieves was someone who did all kinds of work and brought together communities. He was deeply invested in issues of social justice, community forming, digital humanities, and the Caribbean. And we have today set up in his honor, and here I want to give out a shout out to Savita Maharaj and Reba Dickson, who helped to set this up, a room that you can visit with a memory board in 161 Snell. And we also have this virtual memory board. So if you want to use this QR code and post some thoughts, we welcome that as well. Okay, I want to give a quick shout out to the planning committee. Thank you to all of these people. I want to give a special shout out to 3 of the people who did just a stunning amount of labor, not to mention uncountable numbers of emails. So thank you to my colleague, Dr. Nicole Aljoe. Thank you a million times to Reba Dickson. Reba is over here. Let's give her a wave. and to Savita Maharaj. Is Savita here? Yeah. Well, thank you, Savita. And then to the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective Leadership. This is the OG Caribbean Digital Group, and we're grateful to them for, well, all the work that they've done, but also for inviting us to help to host this. And we also want to thank our sponsors, foremost among which is the Mellon Foundation, also the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Group, the Alice Yard, Yale, the Advanced Office at Northeastern, the Department of English, Africana Studies, the Northeastern Library, the New Lab, and the University of Puerto Rico, Rio Piedras. Okay, I'm going to pass the microphone over to my colleague from the library, Professor Julia Flanders.
Thank you so much. Welcome to everyone. Bienvenido a todos y todas. Bienvenue a tous et toutes. It is such a pleasure and such an honor and such a privilege to welcome you all here to Northeastern University and to the Snell Library. I am the director of the Digital Scholarship Group up on the 3rd floor. My name is Julia Flanders. And it's just wonderful to see this event finally come together. It's been a long time in the planning, and we're all super, super excited. The early Caribbean Digital Archive was actually the first digital project that I encountered at Northeastern, even before I arrived here myself. And I remember meeting with members of the project team to talk about their plans for digitizing and recontextualizing documents. And it was a fascinating conversation, and really one of the things that made me super excited to work here. And the ECDA team, led by Professor Nicole Aljoe and Professor Elizabeth Dillon, have done groundbreaking research on anti-racist digital practice and on ways of representing and remixing historical documents to foreground their multivocality and to center the voices of African, Afro-Creole, and Indigenous peoples. They've been leaders by example in Northeastern's community of digital humanities projects. And I particularly want to recognize the central role that graduate students have played, not only in getting the project's immense work done, but also in carrying expertise and mentorship and leadership to the entire ecology of digital projects here at Northeastern. So I feel that it's really wonderfully fitting that the ECDA is now hosting this conference, bringing together this amazing group of researchers and activists and teachers and practitioners, librarians, archivists, artists, many others, and building on the conference's own rich history of engagement and action. So from my heart, this is a great privilege to be here, and I'm looking forward to it immensely. And with that, I'm going to get out of the way and hand the mic back over. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julie. Kelly?
We could put the homepage back up, or
The what?
the homepage, or cool. Thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly Baker Joseph. Just 2 words or so. I am here in representing the founders of TCD, Kaya McGlover, Alex Hill, myself, and we have been doing this for 12 years. We've, for the past 4 years, been doing this under the umbrella of the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective, which includes Andreina Soto, who's somewhere here, and 3 others who are not here today, Shyla Esprit, Marisa Gonzalez, and Naja Rios. Thank you, Rios. There's another name. So I am just here to welcome you to this 12th annual Caribbean Digital Conference. This is the biggest one we've had so far I'm hearing myself here, in part because of the past 4 years of the building of the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective, the various programs, which I know many of you, I know your faces from those programs, the microgrant program, and we're going to see a showcase of that in just a moment. Alumni also from the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Summer Institute. What am I forgetting? Create Caribbean, now located at Mona in Jamaica, but started in Dominica, and UPR Caribe, who we have members here as well. So thank you all for being here. It always feels when it's my turn to come up here and welcome people, it feels like, you know, Anthony Hopkins in Meet Joe Black, where you're just like, wow, how the time has gone. And I think I've said that before here, but it is amazing to see the community that has grown, and we're looking forward to learning from you guys, hearing more about the projects that have grown in this community. So welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kelly. Okay, a couple of quick announcements, and then we will be on our way. This is not advancing now. No. In any case, the conference is being recorded, and that will be posted on the Caribbean Digital page following the conference if you want to return to it, or if you missed parts of it. I also want to let you know that Wi-Fi access is available through New Wave Guest. You can go on to the one-day conference participant, or through EduRoam. Either of those will work. The program is on the website, which we would give you the QR code if our slides advanced, when they advance. And I also want to let you know that the restrooms are around the corner, so go to the food, turn right, and keep going until you see them. So they're just there. We also have a number of posters on display for the conference. There's a couple of them here. There are 3 over here. So I urge you to take a look at those when you have a chance, and maybe talk to the folks who did those projects. We're excited to have the posters here to share that work. Also, at the back, we have the Reckonings project, and the Reckonings project is a community-based archival project team, and they can tell you more about it. Dr. Nieves was one of the PIs on this project, so it's also part of his legacy. It's an exciting project that many of you may be interested in because it helps you use a suite of digital tools to interact with the community and to facilitate community archival work. So I urge you to check that out. That's the QR code for the program. And now we begin with our microgrant showcase, and I'm going to welcome Alex Hill and Adriana Soto.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you to the local organizing committee for welcoming us here. This room is amazing. If anybody sees Dan Cohen today, please thank him on my behalf. Gorgeous. All right, everybody. So Andreina and me have the honor every year of presenting the microgrant awardees for the previous year. Now, the microgrant is one of our flagship programs in the Caribbean Scholarship Digital Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective. And I have to say, it's one of the best things, and one of the things that I'm the most proud of having ever done in my whole career. It's an opportunity that we have to actually help researchers, both independent and affiliated, to students, regardless of rank, working together in teams on Caribbean Digital Scholarship projects located in the Caribbean or in the diaspora. And as you will see, it's also an opportunity for us to explore many different disciplines, many different periods of history, many different cultural manifestations. Every year, we're always so blown away by the quality of the work that our microgrant awardees do. Now, I think this year we have asked people to make a 2-minute video presenting their projects. All right. Is there anything you would like to add to what I just said?
Yeah, I just want to say hello and thank you so much for coming. I also want to thank Mila Ponte, who is a microgrant mentor who has been working with the micrograntees in the project development. So thank you, Mila, for helping us making this possible. And I think we have some of the micrograntees in the chat for questions at the end. But in the meantime, just enjoy the videos. Everybody is just going to give you like a little overview of what they did this year.
All right. without further ado, prepare to have your mind blown. I don't know, Reba, what do we do?
Reba, how much we love you.
Mila, next year you have to be, or the next time we get to do this again, you have to be here with us. Little. Raise your hand if you've been a microgram recipient over the past 3 years. So we have some in the room. Great. Absolutely. Yeah, I was going to say. What about at the summer school, at the summer institute? How many of you have been at the summer institute? All right.
It belongs to the members of the group, Roger Roberts, Wendell Manwaring, and Stanton Curie. The Three Canal Collection is a privately owned collection, 1994 to 2024, and it belongs to the members of the group, Roger Roberts, Wendell Manwaring, and Stanton Curie. This collection is of its kind, one which covers mass, music, and theatre. It's the first collection to be accessioned, catalogued, conserved, archived, and now digitized, whereby extracts of this collection will be featured on an open access digital repository on the Three Canal website. The Three Canal The second catalogue features their music score, lyrics, handwritten and typed lyrics, lyrics with edits. The third catalogue features newspapers and are no longer in circulation, as well as newspapers and magazines from the region and overseas. The fourth catalogue features documents, so documents heritage, paper-based items such as production notes, scripts for the Three Canal show, and flyers, etc. The catalogue features both awards and correspondence. Awards for their work in music and theatre, as well as there is a handwritten correspondence, fan mail, letters, thank you cards, and letters of condolence for John Isaacs, who died in 2000. The fifth catalogue features costumes, about 120 items, costumes used, as well as costumes used on stage for the Three Canal show, used in a music video. And the 7th catalogue features printed photographs from 1994, their first year and their first band, and it goes to 2014 where photographs were actually printed.
We are the Memories of Resistance Digital Archive team. I am Jamila Imani Morris, and we also have Dr. Orlando Davila Cruz. And we've been composing a team that's been working on a digital archive of Afro-descendant and women's leadership in the city of Cartagena de Indias.
Between the 1950s and 1960s, the city of Cartagena de Indias in Colombia Pedro and Libertad were born. Yet, in the official history of the city, the voices of this community, especially Black, working class, and women leaders, are often missing. Our project, Memorias de Resistencia, Memories of Resistance, Digital Archive, and Afro-descendant and women's leadership in the urban transformation of Cartagena during the second half of the 20th century, cover and share those voices. In this first phase, we are working closely a longtime community leader and daughter of Calista Pacheco and Antonio Caballero Cabarcas, who were central to the creation and defense of San Pedro y Libertad.
In the first few months, we assembled our research team and held several planning meetings with Señora Caballero. And together we created an initial agreement of her personal archive and some clear thematic categories and agreed on a prioritization plan for digitization. And during this work, we identified a particularly rich set of community minutes from community council meetings, which are really multi-page booklets that record debates and decisions about infrastructure, activism, neighborhood safety, cultural events, and the struggle for urban services, especially.
With Señora Caballero, we also designed a protocol for safe transport handling digitization. Care and consent at every step. So far, our team has digitized metadata records for each one, using tagging and indexing system tailored to both community residents and scholars.
Right now, we're working on the website design with Omeka and crafting an interpreter for the website. And this here just shows a brief mock-up of what will be the final product. The site will include several short contextual essays. It will exhibit different texts and thematic paths that connect the major themes that we've identified across the archival materials across time and space.
Hola, soy Oliver Anzac, codirector de Gente de Mar, un proyecto con la meta de investigar y divulgar la historia de las islas venezolanas. En 2021 organizamos un concurso de arte donde jóvenes de la isla de Margarita pintaron en celebración de su identidad indígena. Desde aquel entonces hemos buscado formas de crear un archivo digital y abierto que pueda albergar tanto la memoria contemporánea como documentos históricos de importancia para las comunidades de estas islas. Con el apoyo del Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective, este año hemos podido lanzar el archivo Guayquerí.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Fidel Rodríguez y quiero mostrarles los avances del archivo Guayquerí. Lo pueden revisar ya en línea a partir de la página de Gente de Mar. Y me gustaría sobre todo explicar muy brevemente las 4 categorías de colecciones, que son mapas y cartografía, arqueología y cultura material, memoria contemporánea y documentos coloniales y republicanos. De estas 4 secciones ya tenemos activa la sección contemporánea, la cual recoge todas las pinturas del concurso de arte Gente de Mar del año 2021. Quiero compartirles también algunas imágenes de lo que ha sido la discusión pública del archivo Guayquerí en la isla de Margarita, a partir de un conjunto de actividades que hemos denominado Sondeando la Historia Guayquerí y para las cuales instituciones locales de la isla.
Una actividad que hemos denominado Historia Guayquerí. Consiste en que hablamos a los muchachos, tienen 2 charlas de los antropólogos Oliver Anzac y Fidel Rodríguez y una charla en vivo de Fernando Fernández Fermín, y luego ellos van a dibujar, o sea, van a plasmar, llevado por una artista plástico, Nicole. Ella los ayuda para que dibujen lo que han aprendido.
Apoyando este tipo de actividades para niños para que conozcan la historia de los guayqueríes. La historia de los guayqueríes, los niños de cuarto, quinto y sexto, como lo dice la palabra identidad, tienen que conocer los ancestros.
Estos avances, posibles gracias al apoyo del Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective, son un gran paso para nuestro proyecto y esperamos continuar este trabajo manteniendo, poblando y compartiendo el archivo.
You're welcome. So we're going to stop it right now because the video is streaming, and that's why it cuts off, and the sound is a little iffy. We're about to swap into a downloaded version. So that's going to be better. Yeah. How many of you have published in Archipelagos? All right. How many of you have been to TCD before? Okay. How many of you agree that dogs are much better than cats? I see the haters always. Moments like this, I feel like we should do like Caribbean concerts. Yeah.
Would it be possible for me to have a minute to share something since we're waiting?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Is it morning or afternoon?
It's morning.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is, I'm taking the time real quick. My name is Cristina Medina Vilariño. I'm with the Caribbean Studies Network. The poster is right here from our network. Maybe you all know the Facebook group, which is pretty active. We have about 2,000 members. Caribbean Studies Network on Facebook. People share conferences, share book publishings, community work like the one you're seeing here. And we also have, that started in 2013, the Facebook group, and that evolved into the platform that we have now that is very similar to the same concept from the networks that we've shared here today. So we're very interested in collaborating and becoming part of this ecosystem. We don't keep any of the rights from anyone that's published with us. We're just basically forwarding the work with an archive. We don't keep the rights. So if you want to check out what we've been doing and you want to collaborate, I'll be thrilled to talk to you. And again, you can check it out there, and we're going to be over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. How are we doing over there? I'm about to start doing the Bad Bunny thing. It's like, Puerto Rico, Jamaica. We're good? What?
Estos avances, posibles gracias al apoyo del Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective, son un gran paso para nuestro proyecto y esperamos continuar este trabajo manteniendo, poblando y compartiendo el archivo por muchos años más.
Hello everyone, my name is Marie-France Guillaume, Executive Director of the BHFIC Library located in Haiti. First, I'd like to thank the organizers of the Micro CDC program for choosing us again this year. Our digitization work was mostly based on the 20th century newspapers, and for the period we covered about 3,000 pages of multiple newspapers like Le Mouvement, Le Messager du Nord, Les Nouvelles, and other newspapers. It's a big step for us because due to the condition first of the country. And due to the condition of the newspapers themselves, it's a big step because now we know at least the newspapers that we digitized, now they are safe, they are preserved. So it's a big celebration for us because now we are able to share them over or on the Dillon website or with other partners. We are very happy. We are very grateful too because we know that a lot of libraries are in need and we were chosen among them. So I am very happy. The library is very happy. So thanks again and maybe the next time. Bye.
Hi, my name is Siobhan May.
And I'm Jonathan Square.
And we are the co-founders of Rendering Revolution. Rendering Revolution is an interdisciplinary project that examines how artists, designers, and cultural workers reimagine the history and afterlives of the Haitian Revolution through contemporary visual and material practices. Bringing together archival research, creative production, and exhibition making, the project highlights the ways Black diasporic communities use image making, garment construction, and digital media to narrate revolutionary memory. At its core, Rendering Revolution explores how aesthetics become a form of historical interpretation, challenging inherited narratives, and foregrounding Haiti's central place in global freedom struggles. The project unfolds across installations, public programs, and pedagogical experiments that invite audiences to reconsider what revolution looks like and who has the power to render it.
Most recently, Siobhan and I curated Revolution Tupatu at Parsons School of Design, where I'm a faculty member. Bringing together photographs, paintings, garments, millinery, and site-specific installations, the exhibition traced the ways the memory of the Haitian Revolution manifests itself in material culture and visual expression. It highlighted the creative strategies through which Haitians and people of Haitian descent render resistance and collective imagination visible. Ultimately, Revolution Tupatu invited visitors to consider how the past continues to shape the present and how revolutionary ideas circulate across mediums and geographies.
We are using the CDSC microgrant to redesign and relaunch our project website, which currently lives on Tumblr and no longer meets the needs of our expanding research agenda. We are grateful to Mila for connecting us with Pablo Di Fendini, who will serve as our lead web developer, and to Thomas May, whose graphic design work for our exhibition will guide the visual identity of the new site. Together, we are building a more robust, accessible, and sustainable digital home for the project. As part of this process, we are tagging, organizing, and migrating all social media content to a secure server that we will fully control, ensuring long-term preservation and greater curatorial flexibility.
Es innegable que el proyecto de digitalización del Fondo Fernando Ortiz constituye todo un reto para nuestros profesionales que se crecen día a día ante diversos obstáculos, pero también incluye un proceso de aprendizaje constante. En este momento nos encontramos en el Departamento de Procesos Técnicos, donde se está trabajando en uno de los proyectos del área, en este caso la digitalización del Fondo Fernando Ortiz. Se ha hecho para ello una selección por parte de la archivera que lleva ese fondo, la especialista Grisel González. Nos encontramos en el área de conservación y restauración de la Biblioteca Fernando Ortiz del Instituto de Literatura y Lingüística, donde observamos el trabajo del especialista Lisandra González, quien se encuentra aplicando una de las técnicas de restauración a los documentos escogidos del Fondo Fernando Ortiz para su posterior digitalización. Bueno, pasamos ahora al proceso de digitalización. Estamos viendo cómo se realiza por la especialista Chanel Salazar. El proyecto digital Fernando Ortiz. Le mostramos cómo la especialista Chanel Salazar está trabajando en el Excel que se ha conformado para poder subir los metadatos del Fondo Fernando Ortiz.
If Lashley and Caribbean Studies Remembering a Queer Pioneer might be understood as a kind of wake work. By this we mean to invoke Christina Sharp's notion of keeping watch with the dead. But also when the precursor to this project was published in Essex Salon, Rachel Mordecai described the gathering of voices as akin to a wake, the sitting together and remembering the dead. This ethos has definitely influenced the way this project has progressed in terms of sitting with people, recalling members of Lashley. But it's also become wake work in another kind of way. Since we started work on this project, at least 3 contributors who were very close friends of Lashley during his lifetime have passed. So this also becomes a way of paying homage to and remembering.
This project is a kind of wake work. It's also a project that has asked us to critically consider the role of generations in the making of Caribbean studies. Also, this project is a project that asks us to think about the role that publications themselves continue to play in the history of the region and Caribbean studies. In the space, thinking about Dr. Cliff Lashley, for example, he was an editor at New World, pivotal publications such as New World Journal and Savaku. He also edited a special collection in the 1980s of essays called West Indians at Home and Abroad, and he was also named as a contributor and board member of the short-lived Cotopaxi Journal.
Lashley often thought about the importance of orality for Caribbean studies. In this project, we bring together a chorus of voices, and this is meant to pay homage to his thinking about storytelling, but also we hope that these stories will be passed on to other generations.
Ultimately, this is a living repository project, and so that means that this work begins with us, but it's a project that ultimately hopes to invite the general public to continue the work that we are doing now, to build on this repository and to not only think about Dr. Lashley's contributions to Caribbean studies, but to ask similar questions about other figures in Caribbean studies history who have contributed and who continue to contribute to the ideas and the making of what is Caribbean studies today.
Cabila Regla Digital Archive is a repository and information center for the community project to reinitiate the local Lucumí processional tradition in the port town of Regla La Habana, Cuba. In addition to its service to community members, this platform serves as evidence for their application to be designated cultural patrimony, which would ensure the processional stability and longevity. As the Cabila Regla celebrated its 10th year of reinitiation, this archive contains approximately 500 images from 2016 to 2019 and 2022. Images from 2015 and 2023 to 2025 are still being processed. Thanks to this grant, we included the data visualization map created by Performant, the homepage redesign, processing metadata correctly, and enacting protections over the images. This funding also allows for the site's sustainability until 2030 and maintains the data visualization map until 2027. Pablo Lefendini managed the technical side of the site redesign and as a bonus also designed the logo. Relicia Andrews consulted on the site's redesign and created social media strategy for engagement to be implemented in 2026. We use Envira Gallery because of its protection options, which include watermarks, restricting sharing on social media, preventing downloads, and a comments feature. We are taking a collective community approach in writing the metadata, beginning with my baseline descriptions, the photographer and year. Over the next few trips, we will facilitate community gatherings where we will collectively decide on the metadata descriptions while maintaining necessary opacity to protect ritual knowledge. Due to persistent accessibility issues with the site and ongoing blackouts in Cuba, I created a hard copy of the archive to help bridge the generational disconnect in using technology and demonstrate to the community that this archive is real. The final updates to the site include one new essay by the Cuban organizers and the 2023 to 2025 galleries. The site will be completed by January 26, 2026, the day our Cabila Regla art exhibit makes its U.S. debut for a 6-month run in Washington, D.C. Thank you for your support.
Hi all, I'm Dexnell Peters of the Greater Caribbean MAP Project. This project, in a nutshell, really seeks to develop a comprehensive cartobibliography of maps of the Greater Caribbean region. We see maps as such a vital primary source that can tell us so much about the region's history. I mean, these maps we know are scattered all over the world in many archives and libraries, and we really wanted to provide a space for these maps to be seen, accessed by the public. I mean, we're looking at maybe tens of thousands of maps. We want as many of these maps as possible to make it onto our website. This is just a quick snapshot of our prototype website, which we created before we started the microgrant program. It had at the time included about 7,000 catalog digitized and non-digitized maps. And so for the purpose of this project, we wanted to continue to expand these maps as much as possible. We hired students from the University of the West Indies, Mona campus in Jamaica, to help us. And so you see a quick snapshot of some of the spreadsheets that they developed, helping us to catalog the maps, to identify keywords and major themes covered in the maps. And they did excellent work, I must admit. We had students from a range of disciplines: history, library and information studies, geography, modern languages, and international relations. And they added so far about 2,500 maps to our database. And it really has been great work. They're continuing to help us with quality checks at the moment. And I really just, at this point, want to say, on behalf of the Greater Caribbean Map Project team, a special thank you to the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective's microgrant program for your support. It has really gone a long way to helping us advance the goals of this project. Thank you.
Y no, mira, era una cosa linda. Era una cosa linda. Un campo en verano, verdecito, en esa laguna.
Las Tierras de Lagunas es un archivo audiovisual de la historia y memorias de los territorios de Itabo, Jaina y Nigua, situados al oeste de Santo Domingo, República Dominicana, en la provincia de San Cristóbal. Antes una zona fértil, bello, verde, ahora industrial, con mucha contaminación, el proyecto investiga la transformación de este área a través de las lagunas. Itabo significa la tierra de lagunas, y como parte de las investigaciones este año aprendí que hay otros Itabos en el Caribe y Abayala que también cuentan o contaban con lagunas.
Aquí antes había mucha laguna, pero que la gente, por ejemplo, parte la han ido secando. Allá abajo hay una laguna, había una laguna, esa laguna la secaron. Allí en la entrada había una laguna donde están haciendo ahora ese edificio que van a hacer ahí. Todo eso ahí era laguna, inclusive donde está la antena que está ahí, todo eso era laguna.
Antes de llegar a la refinería, esa la secó la refinería. Había otra que se le decían la laguna de Cirito, la secan también, porque ahí está la planta.
El apoyo del Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective me ha permitido crear el primer archivo viviente del municipio. Grabé entrevistas de miembros de las comunidades, recopilé y catalogué información histórica, tanto del archivo nacional como periódicos, textos, blogs, incluyendo mi archivo visual de los últimos 7 años. La beca me permitió conseguir equipos de grabación para archivar las memorias orales y sonoras de campo en alta calidad. El archivo también incluye la perspectiva sonora de la naturaleza y el ambiente. Prontamente, todas estas memorias estarán disponibles en línea. Estoy terminando de configurar la plataforma de OMKS y organizar y subir todos los archivos. También estoy explorando el uso de las redes sociales para crear otros puntos de acceso para la comunidad.
Pero la vida de antes era una vida muy linda, que yo sé que no va a volver nunca.
La laguna le daban vida a la gente, si quieres que te diga.
La laguna ya no es laguna, como antes.
We missed some slides there at the end in the video. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna share the video with everybody along with the conference materials and the video of the whole conference in our website later on. So give us a week to do that, and then we'll have everything related to the conference in our website. Now, please join me in celebrating this year's microgrant awardees. At this point, I pass it back to the organizers, or yeah. And I think we're doing good on time too. I know. Look at us.
Oh my God, who thought that we would be here? So yes, we are actually back on time, amazingly. So we actually get to give you the full 15-minute break. I was actually debating, no, only give them 5, but no, full 15 minutes. So enjoy yourself for 15 minutes, and then we'll meet back here for the next panel. I do want to make one quick announcement. Northeastern loves to make our lives a little bit complicated, and we didn't receive the code for the New Wave guest, so you'll need to register, okay, unfortunately. Or if you have access to EduRoam, you can do that. All right, and restrooms are around the back. There's free coffee here, but there is also a place across the way here, Equator Coffee, that also has coffee and like little stuff if you're not digging that stuff. All right, thanks, y'all. Hello. Hey, everyone. So we're getting ready to get started again. So we're about to start the digital slam, and it's going to be moderated by Dr. Zarina Prater. So may I ask the panelists for the digital slam to all make your way up to the front and have a lovely seat at the table? Yes. Awesome. So, Dr. Prater.
Good afternoon. I know I have my church auntie voice on, and I can't help that. Okay, so this is going to be our digital slam, and this is how it's going to go. I'm going to give the names and the titles of the presentations, and this is everyone gets 7 minutes, and I'll be warning them when they have 5, then 3, then none. So this is digital slam. First up, we have Rohan Sagar, and the presentation is Encoding the Ritual, Baboon Dance as a Site of Convergence for Digital Humanities, Computational Ethnomusicology, Data Science, and Cultural Preservation. Second up will be Mariah Roman, and the presentation is entitled Little Islands. Third, Jasmine Jamil, Quilted Archives, the Fabrication of Truth through Reimagined Queer Jamaican Past through Art and AI. After that, we have Jive Poetic, Skip Tracer. Then we have Haja Lenora Joyce Mutia, is that correct? Pierrot, Digital Mothering and the Caribbean Memory, Reimagining Archival Storytelling through embracing motherly vibes. Never did that. Catherine Parsons, Reconstituting an Archive with Stuart Hall, a prototype for the digital representation of archival knowledge. And then last but not least, we have Amarilla Serra, Vesta K. So join us in welcoming the Digital Slam.
Thank you. Pleasant good afternoon to you. Thank you to the organizers for hosting this presentation. It's not very often back home in Guyana we get opportunities to have these kinds of conversations. Also, it's very special. Thank you for parachuting me out of the Amazonian jungles to the cold of Boston. Still trying to work my way around that, but thank you very much. It's going to be a very short trip. So, so the encoding of the ritual, the baboon dance. Baboon dance is a ritual song that is found in the Lukono Arawak speaking community, as well as the Carib and the Patamona Mukushi speaking communities in Guyana. What is also very interesting about these people is that some of them also have historical roots in other South American countries, such as Venezuela, and that they all migrated, there are different migratory models between the two countries. And I would attempt to demonstrate one of the functionalities behind this project. And so the cultural heritage in crisis, well, I think most persons from the Caribbean or who have been studying or reviewing global heritage, its heritages are at a risk, especially indigenous, and back home in Guyana, that is not a matter for dispute. The computational methods for preservation, we think, is very, very interesting. And part 3, which is the seed scale approach from research to community empowerment, implementation, educational integration. And I would like to share with you that the Caribbean Culture Fund for their 2025 Grand Cycle awarded this project with a grant in which we will begin the implementation in early 2026 of Part 3, which I've just discussed with you, community empowerment. So basically what I have been doing historically for the last 40 years or so is to record, document, host, archive their materials, and we will have an opportunity for them to become acquainted with, for example, Python and some of Python libraries, our studio, and to give them, at least in the first iteration of this project, is to give them pre-built codes out of which they would be able to become familiarized with coding and interpretation of codes. Basically a review of just what was discussed. And one of the objectives of this project is communities to retain rights to their heritage through digital archiving. One of the advantages, we think, in terms of data science, computational ethnomusicology, is that audio files resist physical deterioration, distribution of storage, various platforms, resilience, format agnostic features, as well as community can be able to access their own recordings for their own benefit, whether it's educational, whether it's for analytical purposes again. For the baboon dance, the map of this map here, what it shows is on the top two would be the two Arawak-speaking communities of Santa Rosa and Cabo Caburi. The two to the extreme left, that would be Camarang and Monkey Mountain. The one more in the center, that would be Linden. Unfortunately, because of the time, I wouldn't be able to discuss much further on these geolocations and their relevance to archiving of indigenous musics. Sorry, as was just, a review again of what was already discussed, the converting audios to acoustics, playback technologies, the interactive maps which connect music to geography. For this particular project, we had out of 134 samples, 74 were used based on the algorithms, essential JavaScript algorithms that eliminated what it felt were duplications, and also in terms of the genre classification or similarities, which is where the cross-border or transnational element of the research becomes important. As I said, the Luconos and the Caribs, to some extent, has shared history in Venezuela. Part of the data set of the 74 were some Venezuelan indigenous songs, so we wanted to see if there is a possibility through computational techniques is to reconnect, or if there is any relationship between the musics of the indigenous musics of Guyana and Venezuela. The report is interesting. In fact, it went even beyond. It went even to Guatemala, one of the Maya festival songs. Right, so there's some little bit more work to do, because I want to get an appreciation of both the algorithms that is used by Essentia and Python with their Libroso and TensorFlow packages. And I see that the time is up, so thank you very much. Yeah.
Yep, here it is. I need to close it out.
All right. Hello, how you guys doing today? My name is Mariah Roman. I am a visual artist, a curator, culture worker. I come from the island of Orlando, Florida. That's a little joke. But no, I have roots. My roots draw back to my mother, who was born in St. Croix, Virgin Islands. I was born in the States, but she came here when she was 18 years old to start her life in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. It was a big culture change. But I often think about her story and living here, deciding to come to the States. And I think about my experience being Caribbean American and always drawing inspiration from my cultural roots and my ancestors and my elders, and where we've come from, how far we've come. And this project was, it came together just with a group of peers who were also artists, also Caribbean American. My dear friends and peers that are artists, either photographers or painters. We noticed how our mothers and our fathers, how we hold on to tradition and practicing through gatherings like Carnival, like the Caribbean West Indian Carnivals that took place in Orlando every year. I often thought that my mother loved it because her mother loved it and played mass in Carnival till she was well into her 60s, and would dance and would dress up. And we hold on to those traditions every year. But the moment that 2020 hit and we could not have Carnival for the first time in forever, I realized, wow, these little practices, these little traditions that we carry and that we continue on are so important. And I remember 2020 feeling like the grief of not being able to see costumes and dressing up and playing mass, and how that was, my mother not only went to Carnival because it connected her to her mother, but it also reminded her of home and how far she's come. And so we definitely wanted to create a project that was a digital space. So just to go back to that time where Carnival could not happen, it actually was on Zoom in Orlando. And it was the funniest thing because we're so used to being in person, but it was also, we experienced some grief because it was like, wow, how do we engage in person? How do we or it was also beautiful to see how we were able to still be resilient and to still celebrate in the digital and the virtual space. And so to see people dance, to see people sing on Zoom during Carnival week on 2020, that was like really beautiful. And so that is really and truly what inspired us to create Little Islands. Now, Little Islands is a platform of art, is a digital directory and archive and online exhibition space where artists of all mediums can come together and share their stories through various mediums, whether you're a painter, a photographer, let's see here, whether you're a painter, a photographer, you're able to see yourself and to have a space of visibility. So the Little Islands project considers a geographic distance between us. Within the Caribbean diaspora, we're often separated by large bodies of waters. However, we're connected through shared cultural traditions and storytelling. And so the inspiration behind the title Little Islands draws from the experience of artists and writers whom often create in isolation. Yet we gather to share our stories, to often see the threads of connection. As Caribbean American artists, we gather, and when we gather, we realize that we're often in communication with each other, yearning and searching for connection to the land of our ancestors and cultural roots that nurtured and shaped us. And so with this project, we're hoping to syncretize our lived experiences, our history, our futures, and imagine our culture in the future, despite the distance of not being so close to home anymore or being in the States and not being on the island. We're hoping to keep those memories, those stories, and also archive our artwork and our practices. And so if you want to connect to the project, this is my wonderful group of friends here, Devon Brinker and Scheherazade Thenard. I'm having FOMO because they're in Basel right now, showing their work in various spaces, but I'm here representing the project and happy to be here. I wouldn't be anywhere else but Boston. Like, this is great. But these are my wonderful collaborators. So if you are interested in supporting, we're interested in, these are our goals. We want to have an online exhibition with artists of all mediums. We want to have in-person programming with workshops, artists, and performances. We would like to hold a zine, a volume of zines. That will be the prototype there, with a collection of stories, photography, various forms of media and also poetry, recipes, various things that are cultural and significant to each artist. Our big pie in the sky idea is to have an in-person exhibition after having virtual exhibitions, preferably in Miami, Florida, Orlando, where we are based. Let's see. Some challenges that we have had in the past is state funding. We actually got a state grant and it was cut by our wonderful governor, and that was really tragic. So that actually inspired us to pivot from having in-person events to having a digital platform. And so we're so thankful for the opportunity to speak. And if you would like to support our project, we have a call for artists and a call for support. So if you want to connect to the project, scan that QR code. I believe I'm at my time, right? Yep, so you can scan the QR code if you would like to submit artwork, if you'd like to collaborate, if you'd like to partner, if you have ideas and you want to share and collaborate with the project. Even though we're all the way in Florida, we're happy to bridge connection to people of various regions if you're interested. So thank you for hearing us. Have a wonderful rest of the conference, guys. Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
My name is Jasmine Jamil. I am a Jamaican American artist based in Philly, and I am very excited to share with you my project called Quilted Archives, which is basically a digital mixed media collage of reimagined queer historical intimacy in Jamaica. And when I'm using the word queerness for this presentation, I'm talking more about it as a verb and less as a label. As queerness is a way of life, it is a way of community, it is a way of chosen family, and non-conforming. So I kind of grounded my stuff into some archival research. So I was stemming from books such as Fracture Atlas by Matthew Chin, on the book The Queer Caribbean Speaks, which is filled with interviews from activists and writers and artists talking about their queer experiences in Jamaica. And then I combined it with some fictional narrative. And if you had heard this method before, it's by Saidiya Hartman, coined by Saidiya Hartman, critical fabulation. Instead, I just kind of twisted it into art. But before I can even step into it, I have to talk about the biggest inspiration of how I got here, which is my grandmother. This is her. That's me as my first day out into the world. And I was very moved by how much she chose not to conform. I was very inspired by that. She was a business owner. She was a breadwinner of her family. She was a financial pillar of her community. She chose chosen family. She also talked about how she only married a man after she needed someone to take care of her because she got in a bad accident. But she loved to invest her time and her money into women. And this is not for me to necessarily define her. She passed away when I was 2. These are just stories I've heard of her. But to speak more on this queerness. And so from there, I kind of created a graphic novel inspired by her. I won't be talking too much about that, but I'll be talking about the world that I'm building. That's the logline I have. In mid-20th century Jamaica, a complex and relatable queer woman harnesses her supernatural bond with plants to navigate an alternative economy, protecting her beloved community while keeping her powers hidden from the organized crime that threatens her very existence. Very long. Won't be talking much about it, but I'm really excited to show you guys more about the artwork. And as an illustrator and as a writer, it requires so many references and research for me to be able to build what this world looks like visually. So not only what people are doing, but where are they? If they are inside, what did the house look like? What did the building look like? What were brands around that time? Cultural events, et cetera, et cetera. But the hardest part to find research was, what did queerness look like pre-1980s? It was so difficult for me to find, but with all these books and all these documents and all that good stuff, I was able to create some. So here is my first work called Self-Care. I decided to focus on the cruising culture in bathhouses in Jamaica. This takes place around the 1920s, 1930s. I have this archival photo back here. It's called the Thermal Bathhouse. That was a little bit more of a public bathhouse back then. It was more private. It was more used by tourists and upper class. But I would imagine that after a long day of work, folks would still use these bathhouses. And because they were segregated by gender, there was not much questioning between being next to another man as a man with minimal clothing. It was just more of a normalcy. Imagine them being like, you know, I just need to step away from the wife. I needed to wind down. And I have, I also used a little bit of AI. I didn't make the art with AI, but I used it as references. So in the middle right here is these 2 men having this really tender moment, and this veil, that's a little bit of a noise. It's not the screen, it's actually intentional, but it's like this protective veil. And I have these men back here. Those are photos actually from the 1980s, but those men back there, they are kind of watching. They might be judging. They might be questioning their own. They might be questioning what's going on, but the point is that they're not disrupting this space. I'm also open to talk more about this after. I just want to respect the time. But The second piece that I used was I called Sovereignty. And I was looking at some artwork, and there was this painter called Augustino Brunis, and he was basically hired to romanticize slavery in the 1700s. Let me make sure I pronounce her name correctly. Omosuike Natasha Tinsley talks about one of his artworks, and actually uses artwork for the cover of her book, Thieving Sugar. She talks a lot about intimacy and eroticism between women. And I imagine if Augustino, this Italian white man, is here in this space, where this space is described as kind of a little bit sacred. It was away from the slave owners. It was away from men. They didn't have to worry about how their body was bending or presenting in a certain way. They used to gossip. If Augustino was there, even for a second, he probably disrupted the space. So I wanted to reimagine it as if no one was disrupting the space. And I created this one where this two women are like tickling and laughing. I had a little video of a TikTok. I'll go back so you can see it again. And if it's like a modern day, kind of timeless moment of people of this, okay, sorry, I got distracted. But basically, I feel like with tickling, you don't really do that in the public. You do that at home or a third space. So treating the river as this third space. And I use some archival photos as well. There's photo back here of these women. It's called Women Playing Cricket. It was a photo of 1905. That was in St. Lucia. And then also some archival photos from Huntley's archival videos. They're screenshots. You can see them in the trees and also in the background. And I'll just skip to the last piece. This one's more going back to my graphic novel. The fictional character of my grandmother, Dalsey, runs a rum bar. And when I was writing this, I didn't really use much research. I didn't really use much research, but I had opportunity to talk to Matthew Chin and ask to see if this nightlife of having an at-home bar was a thing. And he did confirm. He said, especially in logging houses. So I made a piece imagining that there would be it's winding down towards the end of the night. I used some archival photo sets. Also used a photo of my grandmother up there around some plants on her porch, and she's in the window over there kind of watching. And then also another more archival photos as well. So this is just a bigger version of this. And I think that I wanted to create this piece. I wanted to create these pieces because I wanted to imagine a world where my closeted family members, some that I've also have lost, to feel more safe and to feel like they are freed from fear. And I imagine what kind of world we would have if we actually saw more images like this, fictional or not, throughout history and ads and stuff like that. But yeah, thank you so much for your time. If you want to find more stuff, you can follow me on Instagram. I just made an Instagram that's relating to the graphic novel and also some more artwork. But thank you.
All right, so look, I only got 7 minutes. I saw you playing the time, so I'm reading the joints, and you can let me know. All right, don't pretend. You set that up. You just do your thing. I'm gonna start without you. All right. Hey, listen, we got a Q&A, so just ask me about that, how it connects to the digital world. How about that? All right. Mix down. All right. Give me the mic. Come on, man. We gotta get the time. I don't have one. Don't worry about that. All right, we're gonna be good. All right. Mix down. Kick drum. Customs agents don't care. Snare. Your country was destabilized by the flags on their paycheck baseline. Deportation comes with a jail cell. Chords. I think about this from a distance. Vocal track. Jamaicans only hear my American accent. Reverb. They call me Freshwater Yankee. Reverb. They call me Jamaican. Reverb. They call me Jamaican. Compression. Whenever they get a chance. Sample chop. They don't do this to white people. They don't do this to white people. Keys. Not even the ones with the dreadlock wigs. Strings. They know where the money is. Vocal track. The first time I heard Spanish, it was spoken to my great-grandmother. Vocal track. The first time I spoke Spanish, a teacher graded me on a vocal track. The last time I needed Spanish, I had to think in English first. No, don't clap. She's gonna put the sign up. Don't clap, don't clap, don't clap, don't clap. All right. The photo album. A museum we search for lives fallen out of touch on the gallery floor. An exhibit we trace against the folklore. We think we know something about Jamaica, so we think we know something about this tableau. Pressed between the plastic and the context it falls from, it self-identifies Panama, and it is. Inscribed to Aunt Betty, age paints over everything she's ever seen. She now sees for the first time. Every time she sees it again, the signature claims itself her cousin. I take its word for it. She takes mine but forgets. In Brazil, a woman loses her grandfather. She doesn't know that we found him because we are too far in the future. I researched the image in social media rabbit holes over the years and distance. We find again the man we could not. At a wedding with his granddaughter, I reach out through a picture. She sees me and reaches back. No, clap. Rolling ocean. Crashed between her toes, sand built the coastline. She tight-roped yesterday to her back. Facing tomorrow with the Panamanian sun set in the most black of her mouth, full of clumsy English, rickety on her Spanish tongue, shuffling Caribbean accent marks inconspicuously. She blended in Jamaica where Cuba gave her the sun. She spoke clumsy too in Canada. West Indian camouflaged her, Panama invisible, mistress of disguise, toggling West Indian syntax, translucent at the border in full masquerade. My grandmothers were dream catchers. Hopscotching countries, jumping identity double Dutch, watching greener shades of brown grass darken every time she landed behind a language barrier. She clutched yesterday's tongue under today's image, exercising her phonetics to flip acrobatic English easy for her. Foreign tongue was Spanish in Jamaica, Jamaican in Canada, Canadian in New York, reaching for citizenship, red taped out of range with immigration on her heels until her last breath evaporated above Los Angeles. As black as planned, her maple leaf colored children sifted, accent free, obscured behind Jamaica. Panama was blindfolded, monolingual. My tongue now rolls as rickety as her English did 3 countries before. One cold shoulder ago, Latin America recognized me no more than Jamaica did. Called me American boy under breath, over unbroken speech patterns lost in translation. I felt invisible, while visibly in neither command of enough Spanish nor a plot squad to correct the secrets hiding her inside me, undetectable even in death. She lives around the border of my eye, while I, tongues away from the language she learned to speak in New York with my accent 2 generations away, and I kid you not, I'm in the dark of this dance hall, right? Multiple Spanish reggae tones mocking the star-spangled portions of my red, black, and green footwork falling off of every drumbeat chuckled at me, this collage of a woman. Tildes between her locks and patois flowing from Latin roots when she smiled. She smiled me still. When she spoke me speechless and somehow made me homesick for a place I had never been. Thank you very much. Am I good on time?
I'm putting the clock together, so I... Digital mothering and Caribbean memory. Here is where we'll travel together today. My name is Haja Lidora Mutia Perot, daughter of John Harold and Irene Lyra Perot. I was born in Castries, St. Lucia, and raised in the heart of Bexon, a place where mango trees and river songs and village storytelling shaped the rhythm of my earliest memories. I am honored to share with you my journey of digital mothering and Caribbean memory. This presentation is about reimagining archives as not as dusty shelves, but as living, breathing spaces shaped by maternal voices, migration, and memory. In 1925, for my birthday, I decided to write Embracing Motherly Vibes. Here we will travel together. My archives begins with my body, my migration, and my motherhood. Born to St. Lucian parents and raised in a global Caribbean consciousness, I am the mother of 9 children. Hamidou, Jabril, Wasila, Musa, Aisha, Mariam, Shakri, Fatima, and Abdul Jami. And 1 granddaughter, Amira. She'll be 2 years old, December 26. As supervising librarian and a doula, these roles are not separate. They are interwoven. My archives is written in lullabies and in rituals in the journey across Africa and now to the South. Today, I continue to work at Tuskegee University at the Robert R. Taylor School of Architecture and Construction Science Library, where motherhood and memory meet scholarship. The Caribbean Digital Conference is a space where silence, voices it finds reality, it finds space, it finds beauty. Today has been an amazing day. Being in Boston, like you said, wonderful person here, it truly is incredible just to be in this space with all of you. Tuskegee University, with its legacy of Black self-determination and innovation, stands as a beacon. This project aligns with Tuskegee's tradition of capturing the soul of Black experience through Caribbean maternal memory. Embracing Motherly Vibes, the good, bad, and ugly vibes of motherhood. It's a healing archives. It's a memoir, oral history, poetry, and a call to action. It honors every scholar mother who teaches through recipes, rebukes, blessings, and stories. It resists the inertia of Black maternal voices from formal archives, insisting that our mothers' wisdom belong in the canopy of wisdom, knowledge. I'm reading faster so that I can be on time. Black Caribbean mothers are cultural bearers and memory keepers. The womb, the kitchen, the oral traditions, these are archives. They breathe, they weep, they rejoice, and they resist. They live in our Sunday dinners, our whispered warnings, and those lullabies. This project insists that embodied archives are significant as any manuscript or record. To digitally archive maternal stories is to resist this negative idea and concept that we are not somebody. Tuskegee's legacy, innovate, inspires us to technology, not just documentation for liberation, but for social media trends and multimedia books and oral history. These platforms become tools of resistance. They reclaim urgency, heal wombs, and preserve cultural legacy. Our guiding question is, how can historically Black institutions like Tuskegee University support the preservation and digital archiving of Black Caribbean maternal memory as a form of decolonial knowledge production? We see the womb, the kitchen, and oral traditions as sites of archival significance. It is a call to honor mothers as fundamental knowledge keepers. My invitation is to archive your story. Every detail matters. Reimagine memory beyond paper. Consider sound, food, rituals, and healing. Collaboration across institutions to build a maternal digital archives. Join us as we put together the living legacy of embracing motherly vibes through a digital archives. Together, we can build a Caribbean digital memory that is whole, sacred, and born of our mothers. My deepest gratitude to the organizers. I thank you, each and every one of you.
To the collaborators and to the scholars of the Caribbean Digital 12, thank you for creating a space of reflection where I feel belonged and I feel worthy and I feel loved. Thank you so much for this space. Thank you for walking with me today as I, Haja Lenora Mutia Joyce Ferrero, Supervising Librarian at Tuskegee University, is here to share with you my story. My mother wrote her book in 2002. She passed away in 2007. And it is such an honor to be here today. It was so wonderful for every one of you to be here. Miss Reba, thank you for being here, and to know that she's a Lucian is really powerful. So thank you so much for allowing me to have this space, and I'm looking forward to working with y'all together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so in the interests of keeping to time as much as possible, I'm going to read for the most part, if that's okay. So I'm working with the Stuart Hall Archive Project, and as many of you will know, Stuart Hall was a Jamaican intellectual who had a profound impact as a radical thinker of race, politics, and media in the late 20th century. As director of the Centre for Contemporary Cultural Studies at the University of Birmingham, in the 60s and 70s, he also became a key figure in the field of cultural studies. His archive was deposited to the University of Birmingham a few years ago, and I won't introduce the team now, but you can find out who's involved on the Stuart Hall Archive Project website if you're interested. We're tasked with, among other things, cataloguing the archive, and this is our lovely archivist, Rebecca Adams, here, and digitizing or otherwise digitally representing the archive. And this is the part of the project that I'm involved with. So we're responsible for the moment of the archive then, and in doing so, we are drawing on Hall's own work, including his writings on constituting an archive and others. So the problem that we're faced with in terms of digitizing the archive, in the 90s, there was a great deal of optimism about the state of our digital infrastructures, the digital archives that we would have within the next century. In brief, this has proven elusive, and digitization is a high cost and labor-intensive effort. It's only really available to already wealthy, likely already highly visible archives, meaning that any existing disparities are ratified and reinforced by the goal of digitization. This is unaffordable for local and especially for community-based archives. We also know that digitization does not alone provide meaningful access to archival materials. So one of the questions that we're asking here is, how can we affect digital representation for the Stuart Hall Archive without embarking on this goal towards total digitization? Ideally, we want to do this in a way that also offers supplementary material that helps non-specialist users to understand the archive, in a way that resists and challenges extractivism, in a way that's available to organizations without the structural means to digitize, and in this instance, in a way that also recognizes Hall's own commitment to media theory and recognizes his archive as an archive of the Caribbean diaspora by connecting information across the world. So this is obviously a complex problem. It requires not one, but multiple solutions. I'm briefly going to discuss one method that we're developing to address this, and that is using finding aids as source data. So total digitization is resource intensive, but many archives that can't necessarily digitize a collection will have digital catalogs or finding aids. These documents intended very practically to help users and archivists locate physical boxes, and by nature of their descriptive content, they're often rich sources of information about the archive subject as well. A caveat to this that I won't go into too much now, but that I do want to acknowledge is that finding aids are neither comprehensive nor neutral as informational tools. They're highly structured, but they're also ultimately subjective, and they are culturally and socially situated texts. They do contain information about the lives of individuals and institutions, though. For example, we can find dates of employment, collaboration, annotations, publications, correspondence. We have information about meetings and conferences and so on. But these data, even though they're closely associated, they're often disparate because these details will only be mentioned in relation to relevant items. So we can find information about a particular person, not only in one box, not necessarily about one item, but across the entire archive or even across separate archives, which means it's very difficult to trace these events narratively through a finding aid. So we've been working on a method that will make use of finding aids to offer greater access to archives without needing huge amounts of wealth or specialist infrastructure to digitize collections. So what have we done? We've developed a relational database using Hurist to reformat the information that's found in finding aids, including information about people, items, and institutions, and also about the various ways in which they connect. From this, we're building two related resources, one being a kind of who's who for the archives. Hall's interests and work exist over a massive range of subjects, including art, nuclear disarmament, media studies, race, diaspora, identity, nationhood and politics, class, but also modernist literature and also local grassroots movements in Birmingham, which is to say that no one visitor to the archive is likely to know any of, sorry, probably some, but not all of the names that are mentioned, not all of the organizations and so on. So we're putting together this list of people and entities mentioned in the finding aids, including short descriptions as a kind of glossary or index for users. The second thing is an interactive network visualization, which you can see on the right here. The idea is that users will be able to navigate through information relating to particular individuals, items, or organizations to find out more information about them and how they connect. A collaborator and colleague of mine at Birmingham, Wei-Hang Huang, has had some success with partially automating these processes, but that's something that we are moving away from at the moment. We're instead making this a replicable resource and something that can expand and grow in a different way. So what we do have is an open source Hurist template for cultural studies archives and a shareable workflow. The next phase of the project is we hope to connect this with other cultural studies archives around the world. Birmingham is often referred to as an origin point of cultural studies. And while the Centre for Contemporary Cultural Studies did play an important part in establishing the field, we're really interested in contributing to dialogues that challenge and contextualize this perception. So for example, we're collaborating with international archives that connect with this history from elsewhere. One of my colleagues is working with institutions in Brazil to consider the origins of cultural studies there. And also, I know our archivist is really keen to collaborate with community archives that she's developing relationships with in Kingston. So similarly, Stuart Hall is often referred to by scholars as a British intellectual. This is a construction that obviously erases his Caribbean roots and his diasporic formation. This is something that he explicitly and repeatedly returns to in his work. And again, we're keen to situate his archive and his work as being, as he quotes C.L.R. James as putting it, not in, but not of Europe. So while recognizing the importance of Birmingham to Hall's formation, we're working to decenter it from this archival narrative. And we are, of course, drawing particularly on Hall's constituting an archive to do this, and also on the rest of his work. I will leave that there. I think I'm just about in time. Thank you.
And remarkably, we have a few minutes left. So if someone has a question that they could ask of all the panelists, if they've got one question or even one, does anyone have any questions?
Hi all, thank you for your presentations. So I have a question for a specific panelist, is that okay? Okay, hi Rohan. I have a question for you. Can you say more about working with Indigenous peoples in these communities? How did you go about recording the dance? Like, what was that process like?
Thank you for the question. It's a very important question. So the first step in the process is the familiarization process. which they must feel comfortable that you're not a threat to their inheritance, to their traditions, their culture. And once they're satisfied with that, then you're requested to provide a free, prior, and informed consent form, which has to be acceptable both to the community, the village council, the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs, which is the has overall architectural responsibility for indigenous peoples. And also it is a legal document by which you can be held legally accountable to. Is that what you wanted?
Thank you so much. Am I allowed to ask a panelist a question? Yes. Serena is glaring at me. Will just say, I was curious, at Tuskegee, what platform will you be using for the archive you're developing? Have you decided on that as yet?
Since I've been here, when I first started.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Here.
When I first started, I had an idea, and now that I'm here, I have a whole nother. And I'm the supervising librarian for architecture and construction science. And now that I'm here, it's taken me to a whole. So it's when I get back, I'll see what my director, how they want me to proceed, because it's bigger than the idea that I had. I had this little small idea. I've been helping people write books for the past 15 years. And when my mother wrote her book, I saw the process she went through. It was very rigorous. She paid over like thousands of dollars to have her book, and then she passed away and she wasn't able to see it. So I was about to turn 52, and I said for my birthday, I want to make sure I finish my book. So February 6th of this year was when I wrote my book. I finished it and self-published it. And one of my coworkers, Miss Rose Frazier, she said, she's a librarian. She said, make sure you send your information out so that people can see it. And I made it a series because there's 9 children. So for every child, there's going to be a series of the good, bad, and ugly of parenting. And so, yes.
I also have a panelist question. And it's similar, actually. It's for Catherine. Is there a white paper? Is there more information about the platform, not the platform, but the relational, you named it, but it's slipping me now, the ways that you're moving into that relational mapping. And also if you could tell us, I don't know if you know this because you said it's a colleague working, a little bit more about the collaboration in Kingston, because as you said, the erasing of Hall's Caribbean-ness happens so much outside circles like this. So I was wondering about that kind of bringing him home kind of move.
In terms of the relational data, I also can't remember what I called it before, but in terms of how that's going to show, we don't have it in place just yet. It will be open source, it will be available freely and everything else. The sort of end result we're working on, the back end of that, the Hurist database template. Oh, sure. So that's just a shareable thing. It's not been shared yet because it's about 3 steps away from being finalized. But in the project ends in 6 months. So within the next 6 months, I'll be sharing that with other cultural studies archives, with anybody who is interested or is keen to replicate the process, basically. So what that is just a fully set up database that's ready with the specific terminology about cultural studies. It will have, all of the data and field types and so on will relate to this area. In terms of collaborating, it's not what I've been doing. So I'll tell you the limited understanding that I have of it so far. It's just that we are reaching out to archives who have anything to do with Stuart Hall. So we've looked through the archive that we hold to see the institutions that he's visited, any of the organizations that he spoke for or, related to in any way. We're reaching out to those institutions just to see what they have and see whether they're interested in expanding and sort of holding a part of this as well.
Pause for the question. We have time.
I had a question for you, Jasmine. I was wondering, you showed a lot of your digital work that you've done, but have you also, I know you had the title of talking about the fabrics, and shout out to the fabrication or the fabulation, because I love that too. But I was wondering whether you've done any sort of play or made any work with materials, like physical materials as well, and whether or not that influences the digital processes that you use to create your work.
Yeah, I would love to be able to like paint some of the work that I've created. I think I would like for it to still be a collage. I think right now I just wanted to present something that would be easy to transport. So, and also I'm a digital illustrator, so I do a lot of my work digitally. But yeah, that is something I would like to do, to have it actually be like this a lot bigger, like a 4 foot by 6 foot type of painting. That would be like really cool. Yeah.
Any more questions for any of our panelists?
Hi, this is for the Stewart Hall project. I'm wondering if you have had the chance, or if you're envisioning, if you mentioned this and I missed it, I'm sorry, like what the impact of Stewart Hall has been outside of academia, like in communities themselves. I've never looked into it. It's just like completely honest and open question.
Yeah, no, so that's a whole strand of the Stewart Hall Archive project, is focusing on exactly that. So that's Professor Pat Noxolo and Dr. Rita Gale. They're working on a strand called Conjunctures now. And all that their work is at the moment is exploring the impact that Hall had on particularly the local community. He was very invested in the Black arts in Birmingham, especially in the 80s and 90s, and in London. And so, yeah, their work is looking at the sort of practical impacts that he had around outside of academia. Often it was academic adjacent, there were, photography journals and so on that he was contributing fairly academic essays to and so on. But yeah, I mean, there's also bundles of stuff in the archive about his work with the Harambe Project, which was working with youth in Handsworth in Birmingham to combat homelessness and so on. So there's a lot of that work going on in the archive. It's Rita and Pat who are really drawing that out, but it's something that we're looking into, and we can talk about that more if you're interested. Yeah.
Do we have any other questions? Oh, hold on. Sorry, sir, she got me first.
Hello, this is a question for all of the panelists. I think with the exception of the piece on mothering and the piece on queerness in Jamaica, where the body was very present, I'm curious about the fleshiness of the aspects of your projects, right? Sometimes when we talk about the digital, it's very kind of flat and not accessible. So for instance, is there going to be kind of video or audio of Stewart Hall? You talk about the videos of the dance, which unfortunately I'm sure you didn't have time to show us, but what is the presence of the body and the flesh in the digital projects?
Yes, there will be, in fact, on the www.digitalheritagety.com, that already has an audio, and I think that very soon, and this is subject to the cooperation of some of the communities, especially the one that I had mentioned, Monkey Mountain. It is perhaps the only community outside of the Yaquana people of northern Brazil who uses the mask in terms of mimicry, because the baboon dance as part of the ritual mimics the red howler monkey, and so yes, there is definitely going to be the presence both of the vocals and the flesh. in this project. Thank you.
In terms of the Stuart Hall archive, we are digitizing video. That's sort of the most straightforward thing. We're also digitizing some of the audio, although in cleaning that up, because these are quite deteriorated tapes from 50 odd years ago. One of the really uncanny things that is happening is that through the cleanup process, Stuart Hall's accent is being lost, which is, yeah. So we're trying to bring in as much video as we can, as much of the good quality audio as we can. And aside from that, just really bringing in as many photos, videos of literally his handwriting, of photographs of him from the archive and so on.
Yeah, I kind of a little bit already answered how I want to make a large art piece of some of the images you guys seen some more. And outside of that, I think with my graphic novel, that will be another way. I'm a very visual person. I'm a visual artist, so it goes hand in hand. But throughout the process of making the graphic novel, it takes a long time to illustrate. I'm going to try to have some slight animations of some of the images. So you will also hear some audio and see some movement of that as well. So it can kind of bring this world to life.
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. With this project, with Little Islands, we, of course, it is a digital platform to archive our artworks across various mediums. And so we will have each artist photograph their work or create digital, if they are digital artists, of course, submitting their digital work. If they are physical items, digitizing them, taking photos and video of their work so that it can live on an art archive of sorts on our website. And we're hoping to garner, we'll connect to various artists across the Caribbean diaspora, not just in Florida. We're starting with Florida because that is where we are based, but we are open to collaborators and people to submit across the US, globally, Caribbean islands as well. And hopefully we can have an in-person exhibition after the digital, but we're imagining various maybe annual exhibitions online, and that will bridge into in-person exhibitions in various locations so that people can have an in-person experience. If there are space limitations or venue limitations, we can maybe do like workshops where people can meet artists, create. We're hoping to bring, to allow the digital space to connect us and then allow that to spark in-person programming from there in various locations. And I think the beautiful thing about the digital is that, again, a lot of us are working with limitations, whether it's resources, access to space, not being able to travel, not being able to ship our work comfortably, a painting from California to Jamaica and vice versa. So through the digital, we're able to work past that and be resilient and figure out ways that we can collectively have the conversation together in this digital platform, and hopefully that will bring change that that you can see, that you can feel, that you can meet, if that answers your question. And I think also it provides, through the directory with various artists from the Caribbean, you can support their work, you can collect their work, and we are looking to also do interviews, series. So if there's a digital virtual art talk, that will be recorded and put on the website, and that can also raise awareness and spread across the diaspora so that those artists have that visibility. If you're particularly looking for Caribbean artists, you can go to our site and that would, bridge those connections. But yeah, we're really excited. And also I'm a quilt maker. I just learned how to quilt. So if you need to learn how to, I love the title of your quilt, of your project, because my grandmother was a quilt artist. And I'm a digital and, quilt artist and photographer. So I work with physical media and digital media all the time. And so it's so cool, even in the practice of like your mediums as an artist, it's really, really cool to see how you can still share on the digital space and have impact also in person, and in the physical. And so always, those are the conversations that I'm always addressing in my practice and also with this project with my peers. So yeah, if anyone is of the Caribbean diaspora and is an artist and would like to submit, definitely submit your or share. Also, if you were interested in partnering, even if you're like a curator or a historian or someone who is deeply invested in like digital archiving, would love to talk to you to see how we can collaborate. You don't have to be an artist. And yeah, we're hoping to just really, just help a lot of artists feel connected to their, feel connected to their island or their home.
No,
or
we've
their
been
home.
out of time.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So that we can have that sense of home
We've been
in
like
the
4
digital
minutes
space.
out of
So
time.
sorry. I'm gonna
Collaboration, collaboration, collaboration.
Okay. Yeah, collaboration. No, I'll be quick. Skip Tracer is going to exist in 3 parts, right? So it was started as a genealogical project. The idea was to research my family and then trace my great-grandparents' family around the world and write poems. So the idea now is going to be make it exist book, performance, and documentary. That way it serves as a tool to teach other people how to research and archive their family digitally and both in text. That beat the time. That beat the clock. Did I beat the clock? Did I beat the clock? Did I beat the clock?
Thank you very much. Please thank all of our panelists. They have been wonderful. Thank you very much. We now have time for a break, a very short break, and then we were going to reconvene. So thank you so much.
So my organization is Bibs and Blankets International. Wonderful. Thank you. Bibs and Blankets International, because I'm also a quilter. So when I started the first organization, so when I saw your presentation, I was like, oh my God. This is exceptional. I'm excited. How you were able to take it on that level was really dynamic. Thank you. That was really powerful. Can you take a picture of, can you get her? Can you get her? We need a picture of the presenters. Okay, Mariah. Can we take a picture together of the presenters? Yeah.
I feel so bad. Are you studying? Okay. Great. I also like, you know, oh wow. I love that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I would love to. Yeah, I would love to. Yeah.
Let me know when. You know, whatever. Yeah.
Oh, double D. Oh, if you want to type it in, that'd be great. Okay. Yeah, I want to learn more about your textile work. So you clothing, could have gone into a dance hall. Oh, that's so cool. What? That's so cool. Okay. Yes, I'll meet you tomorrow. I can't wait to see it. Yeah. I'm gonna follow you from my pages. Yeah. Okay. Take a picture.
Yeah, also I love how you brought up poetry. I was like, I wish I could like have poetry like my head is like back there, but then I heard your last poem. I was tuned in, but I was like, yeah, I would love to have your book online.
Yes, it's everywhere. Online.
Did you bring any copies with you so we can get a signed autograph?
She came in a minute. I must have been tuned in. God.
Hi.
This is Sachi. We are representing Caribbean Studies Network.
Okay.
It's like a growing like sort of a lab we're trying to create.
Wow.
And to be honest, the presentation really moved us.
Really?
So we would like to look up.
Literally.
Yeah. No,
my colleague and I are last, so I was like, I'm just gonna get to the end and then we're back. I was like, actually, you should go to the very front.
You have to. Why did it?
I think I should.
Phone ringtone or an old phone.
For what?
Or an old phone ringtone.
Okay.
For the, I guess, the scene with calling mom.
Oh, fun. Oh, fun. Okay, very fun.
And I have the playlist.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about this. Cool. Yeah. I was looking at things. I think we can just kind of run through these slides like super quick.
Yeah.
Because we're last, and so we're probably going to.
So we're just, yeah. So basically, we
could
could just start with we met.
Yeah. And I think we just like, yeah, cool, run this. Here's, and I think especially if these ones were like the earlier versions.
Yeah.
Like, these are probably the first things. We can probably do all these in like, we can, probably all these slides can take like,
Maybe we could start with the theme views, and then I was thinking for these slides, we should definitely mention that one of the kind of inspirations was the early Caribbean digital.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And so I think we can just kind of run through these quickly and then get into like, okay, here's how to put it together in the process, script, your research. And then these, I think we just can, I think we can just stay on this slide. Because you said because of the redacted information.
That's the question. We want to speak one more person in.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Should we ask about that?
That's a good question. I did test the thing. The thing works fine. The game does.
If we could ask maybe the organizer.
Because which one is this the one that has?
This one has like all the information.
And
this one is redacted, but only from my family history. Someone else's family history is still like.
Yeah.
So I think it's better to just.
Yeah, I think we just stick with it. I think we can keep them just so we can have these for future.
Maybe can we go to this one, delete this slide, and then for this slide, can we just crop it so that we only have the redacted one? Crop it. And we can just crop out the other ones.
Perfect. Yeah, that's great. Awesome.
Can you scoot over a little bit? Oh, we got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's amazing. We could just move it to the center.
I can't because these are on top. So
do you recognize that?
Yeah. Okay.
So I think
I didn't want to be rude because I was
and then you should like.
And I thought, why would you? I'm like,
select and grab.
But yeah, exactly. I mean, because it's weird. Because like I saw all these people like walking around. And I'm like, oh, really? Like the conference is here. I'm like, oh, then it's about nothing.
there's a way to there's a way.
I'm excited. Well, I was gonna ask you.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, they are.
Do you want me to try it?
Yeah.
Sometimes I do it.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Please join us for our next panel.
Aquel que se me pase de 15 minutos.
Ya sabemos, mira. Mira, el único que perdona es la cruz.
You ready, Alex?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay.
Let's call everybody to.
All right. Come join us for our digital pedagogies panel. We're going to get started here.
Especially those people in the back. I see you over there.
Come join us. This is a panel of people talking about digital pedagogy, and I just want to kind of underscore that pedagogy is a activist space. It's a radical space. You can tell that because they're trying to take it away from us. So we need to keep doing the good stuff there. And this panel is going to give us a window into some great stuff that's going on there.
I can read out the names, but we encourage you. I'm gonna list our panelists, but we encourage you to look at their bios on the website. In fact, all the bios for absolutely everyone who's participating in the conference are linked out of our website. You will find a link there on our website to a Google Doc page that has more information about everybody here. So if you want to meet somebody, learn a little more about any of our participants, please visit our website. So we are very honored and excited to have here in this panel on pedagogies Mila Aponte Gonzalez, Dalina Perdomo Álvarez, ¿cómo es que? Don't applaud yet. ¿Cómo es que? Jessica Hutchins, Enrique Olivares Pesante, Amanda Sila Arvin Singh, and Craig Ramla, who are participating together. Shay Mead, and Austin Anderson and Paola Yuli. Okay, I don't think everybody's here. There's more people than what we have in the panels. I guess we'll figure it out. So without further ado, are we ready there? We're good. I'm going to pass on the mics. Now, everybody knows, I got you 10 minutes for this one or 15? 15, okay. No se asusten, no se asusten. All right. So let's go in the order in which I have you here. So Mila, primero, dale.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mila Ponte Gonzalez. I'm a professor at the University of Puerto Rico in Rio Piedras, and I'm so happy to be back at TCD, especially in this panel, sharing thoughts with my colleagues. I'm Puerto Rican, born and raised in the Puerto Rican archipelago, and I dedicated my first years of academic work and cultural practice in the realm of performing arts, particularly practicing and documenting experimental theater in Latin America and the Caribbean. In my first round of grad school, because yes, we do have several rounds of grad school, it changed to a different one that's not mine. So can someone help me? Yes, because I'm not really sure where you put it's right here. Yes, thank you. In my first round of grad school, I did performance studies at NYU, and that was many, many, many moons ago, where my background working with theater groups in the region landed me the opportunity of collaborating as a cataloger and curator for the Hemispheric Institute Digital Video Library. A groundbreaking, if I can make this move, thank you, digital project developed at the turn of this century. HIDVL was my first experience in digital humanities, a unique opportunity to delve into the capabilities of digital tools to preserve cultural records and to improve access to cultural heritage. It also taught me important lessons on the ethics of archival accession, the intricacies of post-custodial practice, and the potential borraduras or erasures when applying controlled vocabularies from the global north, when describing grassroots, experimental, and politically charged artistic practices in our Latin American and Caribbean communities. But that is a story that needs to be shared some other time. We can have a cafecito and we can talk about it if you want. The HIDVL and the lessons learned while working there propelled me to go for a second round of grad school, this time in information science, stemming from a conviction that memory work, archival work, is at the end of the day less of a science and more of a matter of cultural management and cultural agency. Moving back to PR, I was approached by the recently, in the early 2010s, I reconnected with my peers in the performing arts world and noticed that they were relying heavily on social media as a means not only to spread the word about their upcoming productions, but to engage with their audiences and to archive their work. And we know that social media can be incredibly useful for outreach and audience engagement, but it is at best a very imperfect archive. So in 2011, I was approached by the recently minted master's program in Gestión y Administración Cultural, what we call MAGAC, affiliated to the Department of Interdisciplinary Studies at the School of Humanities at UPR Rio Piedras, to teach a course based on my experience working on the HIDVL project and my work documenting performing arts. I designed a course titled Archivos en Acción, Mediaciones Digitales y Redes Culturales Virtuales, or Archives in Action, Digital Mediations and Virtual Cultural Networks. The title is an homage to the undergraduate course Humanidades en Acción, or Humanities in Action, created by my undergraduate mentor, Professor Rosa Luisa Márquez, in 2004, that to this day brings arts and humanities practitioners to the Department of Interdisciplinary Studies to teach applied humanities course, integrating theory and practice rooted in the Puerto Rican context. In this vein, Archivos en Acción invites graduate students to engage with core parameters of conceptualizing, managing, and curating digital repositories in the fields of arts and culture, familiarizing themselves with contemporary digital production standards and the wide range of digital archives available today. Through case studies and best practices in information science and cultural management, the goal is to create informed and creative proposals for cultural management of digital archives for present and future cultural communities. The course is organized around this question: how can we document, preserve, and disseminate current cultural practices in light of the innovations and challenges they present to traditional methods of safeguarding cultural heritage in hybrid and changing artistic and cultural communities? The learning objectives are to create, organize, preserve, describe, and disseminate archival documentary resources using digital tools by making strategic decisions about aspects of digitization, description, ethical protection, information architecture, and web design, so that user experiences resonate dialogically and interactively with the content and context of the archive. In order to do so, we first cover an introduction to archival studies. Remember that these are not students from an high school. These are cultural management students. And we locate this field within broader practices and debates in the GLAM sector. We then examine the basics of digital humanities as a field of intervention, and we discuss the sociological aspects of the digital age and the challenges and opportunities brought by the Web 2.0. All of this is illustrated with case studies, and the discussion touches elements of ethics and context. Once we all have a basic understanding of the field of play and we have a shared vocabulary to discuss archival interventions, we workshop ideas to conceptualize cultural management projects that use digital tools to engage in memory work. At its core, the beating heart of Archivos en Acción, Rosa de los Vientos, is the Preguntas de Triangulación model. Preguntas de Triangulación, or triangulation questions, is my proposed methodology to engage with memory work as cultural management. The concept of triangulation is borrowed from navigational and land surveying techniques that determine a single point in space with a convergence of measurements taken from two other distinct points. It works by tracing and measuring a network of triangles in order to determine the relative positions of points spread over a territory. In scholarly work, it also means a combination of methods used to study the interrelated phenomena from multiple and different angles and perspectives. This multi-method approach is a research strategy that can reduce biases or deficiencies caused by using only one method of inquiry. By identifying, exploring, and understanding different dimensions of the unit of study, researchers strengthen their findings and enrich their interpretations. In Archivos en Acción, this is a triangulation that we use. It allows us to conceptualize a DH memory project by approaching it through three key questions while examining their interplays. And the questions are, ¿qué? Or what? ¿Para qué? What for? And ¿para quién? For whom? And here is how it works. You can start at any point you like in this triangle, because the idea is to ask these questions cyclically. Most of the times, the student's starting point is an impetus to create a digital archive. They really want to create something, right? So they're focused on a particular collection or a topic. So we begin asking the ¿qué?, the what question. What do you want to do? To which they must answer by fill in the blank. I want to make a project on whatever strikes their fancy at the time. We then move to the para qué, the what for, from the point of view of the cultural manager. Why do you want to do this? What for? What are your goals? Here we discuss how to state a project's mission, vision, and objectives, and students then draft an about the project blurb that preliminarily answers what does the project do, what for, and their intended audiences. This connects to the next question in the triangle, for whom? We discuss UX and then work through a series of exercises such as user personas and scenarios of interaction in order to identify potential and target users of their digital project. And the motivation of those users, what are their needs? What will make them come to consult and interact with said project? With these user wants and needs in mind, then we move back to the ¿qué question, this time to identify what items, what content will make sense to include in this digital project. The idea is to honor the objectives of the archives and those of the target users. We talk here about digitization, preservation and access formats, and metadata, and then students make a preliminary inventory of archival content and identify formats, digitization needs, and cataloging strategies for their projects. We then circle back to the para qué question, but this time we identify the desired interactions that we want to facilitate between users and digital materials. Here we talk about the ethics of accession, the ethics of description, the ethics of managing intellectual property, both in terms of moral rights and copyright. We talk about rights of privacy, rights of access, right of reply, among other topics. Students then develop a list of verbs that they want to facilitate in their digital project and identify policies and terms of use from existing projects that could be used as examples to emulate. Then, and only then, we go and take a look at the available platforms, apps, hardware, software available to build and publish a digital project. We pay particular attention to open source, sustainable digital tools, and look for interoperability and minimal computing strategies to make our projects viable in our Caribbean context. Students choose a set of digital tools from a list and research their capabilities, cost, tech requirements, and the interactions that they can facilitate, while also identifying tutorials and examples of implementation for cultural management. Then they share their findings with the rest of the cohort. While cycling through the triangulation questions, each stop on the triangle brings new insight into the project's conceptualization and necessitates the revision of decisions drafted in prior questions. So we triangulate our project by focusing on each aspect and refine our proposal based on a deeper understanding of the key elements at play. We then talk about basics of information architecture and web design, including web accessibility and project sustainability. Based on the findings and decisions made by each student or team of students, they assemble all these building blocks into a coherent proposal for a digital project that preserves and provides access to cultural artifacts, practices, and records, and invites users to interact and participate in memory work and cultural production. This course has become an incubator for cultural management projects that leverage the possibilities of digitality to safeguard, reactivate, respond, remember, and connect. Its methodology has provided a structure for students to conceptualize DH projects that in many cases have turned into their capstone projects for the master's program. I want to share with you, and this is literally a flip book, so it's like a teaser of a selection of amazing capstone projects that have been guided by the Preguntas de Triangulación methodology from 2012 to the present. And I'm just gonna flip and flip and flip. And they are all very different. They invite interactive dialogue with very diverse communities and cultural expressions. I'm still in 2018. Just a teaser. If you want to know more about these, you can definitely let me know, because all of these are in our open repository, so you can read about all of these projects for our students. So you're going to actually be hearing about one project that is due to be presented in 2 weeks, and you're going to be hearing it tomorrow morning, so be here at 9 o'clock, because one of our students is presenting her project. Thank you. Adriana, we're here for you. I first taught this course in the spring of 2011 and had been teaching it ever since, initially every 3 semesters and then every other semester. Every section of the course has taken into account that technologies are constantly evolving, that the challenges of safeguarding cultural heritage vary depending on the environment, and that the needs and trends in cultural creation and management in our archipelago also change over time. To this day, it is the longest running graduate DH course in our School of Humanities, and it has brought together students from very diverse programs in our school and beyond, from programs as varied as education, information science, social work, architecture, mass communications, business administration, and urban planning, to name a few. We have also impacted students not only from our archipelago, but also from Mexico, Cuba, the US, Spain, Colombia, and our diasporas. This is a course that honors Caribbean resilience. We have taught this course during the nightmare of Hurricane Maria. I remember teaching it in the lobby of a nonprofit organization because we didn't have access to our campus. There was no internet, there was intermittent power, and some students had to commute through very dangerous areas to be able to get to class. We taught this course during the pandemic, when many had to plunge into online-only interactions with a fragile infrastructure that made us all sound like we were running a sesión espiritista. Hello, are you there? We can hear you. Can you hear us? If you can hear us, give us a sign via the chat. We taught this course during a string of earthquakes in our archipelago, and through massive political protests, and through huelgas, and through cuts and cuts and cuts of funding and a fiscal crisis, and an increasing censorship of public humanities, and immigration rates, and the veiled remilitarization of Puerto Rico. In this ever-evolving context, Archivos en Acción reflects and practices time and again in line with those 4 questions of minimal computing that Rupi Carrizam and Alex Hill proposed. Here and now, what do we have? What do we need? What should we prioritize? And what are we willing to give up? We embrace the betwixt and between, so we persist in gathering to discuss, to evaluate, to study real-life examples, to examine guidelines and best practices, but above all, to triangulate why we safeguard cultural memory, for whom, what do our communities need, what memories are in peril of disappearing, what begs to be reactivated, and how can we invite, care, and facilitate meaningful dialogues between our communities and our cultural records and practices. We're committed to remain at the center of Puerto Rican Studies says, rooted and relational. The Preguntas de Regulación has made possible for Archivos en Acción to remain pertinent for our cultural managers in training, adaptive to our context, attentive to the ever-changing nature of digital technologies, and intentional in our approach to memory work as acts of protection and reactivation of cultural heritage for and our communities. Ultimately, and wrapping this up, it is a cultural management, it's finding cultural management as acts of solidarity. I hope this method will prove useful to other educators in the region. Please reach out if you want to keep the conversation running, and thank you for your attention. What's next? Do you have the list?
I do.
For a bunch of people we're not sitting in the room.
Perdón. Darina.
Here you go.
Mira qué bien lo hizo Miguel.
Perdomo Álvarez. Okay, no, I just hit your. Okay. Son 15 minutos, ¿verdad?
Sí.
15 minutos. Okay. ¿Y qué hora es? Espera. Okay.
Son las 2:53.
Okay. Okay, hello. I'm Dalina Perdomo Alvarez. I'm assistant curator at the Michigan State University Broad Art Museum in East Lansing, Michigan. And I'm here to present on behalf of the NEU Project, and specifically to projects under the NEU Project, the exhibition Las Absampelia, Caribbean Cinema Cultures, and the book Vivirse la Película, a Puerto Rican Film Studies Reader. And these projects and the NEU Project in general are supported by the Diaspora Solidarities Lab, the Center for Puerto Rican Studies, and the MSU Broad Art Museum. So many of you may be familiar with the Diaspora Solidarities Lab. It is a Black feminist digital humanities initiative that supports solidarity work in Black and ethnic studies with a commitment to transformative justice. It was founded by Dr. Jamaira Figueroa Vasquez and Dr. Jessica Marie Johnson, and it is supported by the Mellon Foundation. And the Diaspora Solidarities Lab has various micro labs that work like under that umbrella. And it is currently based in Johns Hopkins University. And And the Manchineal Project is one of the micro labs under the Diaspora Solidarities Lab umbrella. I believe it might be one of the newest or like the youngest micro lab. And the Manchineal Project is its kind of mission is a multimedia and multi-method interrogation of whiteness in Caribbean moving images. That was kind of like the initial proposal. Now, we've expanded a bit, but it does engage with like difficult objects in Caribbean moving images and media, and particularly with a focus on race and ethnicity. It was like co-founded by myself and Dr. Pedro Torreste Rodriguez, who is assistant professor at Michigan State University in film studies, and was a Mellon postdoctoral fellow through the Diaspora Solidarities Lab at MSU. But since then, Pedro and I have hired fellows, which are referred to as Solidarity Fellows within the Diaspora Solidarities Lab, the DSL. The newest fellows are Nemias Toro Padron, who is a filmmaker and a May student at UPR Mayagüez, which is also my alma mater. And his newest film, Notes on the Margins, reveals the mismanagement of higher education accessibility in Puerto Rican public universities. Luis Prieto is a PhD student in Spanish and Portuguese at Yale University, and he's over here as well, and presenting tomorrow, and originally from Cuba. And so, at Yale University, he is working on his research examining the institutional intellectual histories of Caribbean and Latinx cultures in the 20th and 21st centuries. And then we have KB Bailey, a PhD student at the University of Virginia, originally from Jamaica. And their research is at the intersection of culture and theory, concerned with articulating the effective politics of queer and trans Caribbean aesthetic expression. And last but not least, Zoe Butler, a new media performance artist of Guyanese descent, working on issues of embodiment and material culture. She recently completed a Fulbright Fellowship at the University of West Indies, St. Augustine, and is currently prepping to apply to grad school as well. So those are our Solidarity Fellows at the Manchineal Project. Let me see. And like I mentioned, just a longer description of the Manchineal Project and what it tries to do. Again, a multimedia and multi-method interrogation of whiteness or race and ethnicity and whiteness in Caribbean moving images. And we're hoping to do various public programs designed around these specific case studies, oftentimes films, but not always. And the project aims to create a living syllabus to better understand the intersections of race and cinema in the Caribbean and its diasporas. And the name, the Manchineal, or manzanilla in Spanish, is a flowering plant native to tropical zones of the Americas and considered to be the most poisonous in the world. Known as the little apple of death, the fruit's toxin is concentrated in its milky white flesh and sap. Due to its resemblance to the common bay grape, placards are often placed on its trunk to warn against the fruit's consumption. And I have there's a little placeholder as we design our logo. This is what we hope it'll kind of look like, be inspired by, but that's kind of like the warning of the dangerous Manchineal, which can also, I guess what we're trying to tie it is also to warnings for, films, like content warnings and like difficult media to have to encounter, right? And then taking this practice as its foundational metaphor, the Manchineal Project intervenes in objects within which a toxic whiteness lies just beneath the surface, which is most of film history. And more than just sorting apples from grapes, the project is intended to instill in spectators a critical responsibility to confront pathologies of whiteness in Caribbean media in all of its forms. So one of the first projects we're working on is an exhibition at the MSU Broad Art Museum. tentatively titled Las Absam Pel Dia, Caribbean Cinema Cultures. It will be hopefully on view in August 2026 through January 2027 at the Michigan State University Broad Art Museum with an opening reception in September. This image here is designed by Zoe Butler, one of the Solidarity Fellows, who will also be showcasing within the exhibition. But we're also curating it all together, all the Solidarity Fellows and myself and Pedro. So this is kind of our working description for this exhibition. Since the advent of the medium, cinema in the Caribbean has been accompanied by discourses of scarcity, loss, and striving. Throughout the 20th century, Caribbean nations have, together and independently, aspired to construct national cinemas in adverse conditions, working under the legacies of slavery, colonialism, and economic developmentalism. Despite these structural limitations, the Caribbean Basin has produced an exceptional, if not uneven, catalog of media in the past century, many of which are rarely placed in conversation with one another. Las Absam Pel Dia refers to the notion of loss or absence, stylized in Jamaican patois, and Guyanese Creole or Creolese, Haitian Creole, and Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban, Spanish dialects. This exhibition flows through the ephemeral histories of Caribbean moving images and shared, though distinct, colonial experiences. And this is the museum where it will be located at MSU. And this is where I work, what I see every day. And this is the group. We did a sort of site visit to the museum to start looking at the gallery where we'll be working, which is very important because exhibition curation, you always want to fit many things in, but you have to work with the space. So it's also like kind of a workshop in curating especially contemporary art and new media. And so we've been working together in all aspects of that exhibition, from conceptualization to going through a checklist of objects, to talking to artists, to even writing the initial proposal. And now we're actually heading more into that production stage. So this is us. And the exhibition is, this is our first draft layout. It'll be more of a conceptual exhibition. It won't be a Caribbean cinema history exhibition at all. It'll be very experimental, very conceptual through the themes of like loss film, absence, grief, and the death of cinema to kind of introduce a new media lens as well. So that is the exhibition. Keep an eye out for it. And then the other project that I am talking about today is Vivirse la Película, a Puerto Rican film studies reader, which is about to be under contract with Centro Press and hopefully coming out in 2027. This is an image by Rafael Tufino of the Diveco. It is a placeholder because that is also what we hope that the book cover will allude to. So it's a placeholder. So Vivirse la Película, a Puerto Rican film studies reader, is a forthcoming edited collection featuring emergent and multidisciplinary scholars, artists, and cultural workers looking at contemporary case studies in feature filmmaking, experimental film practice, archival rediscoveries, and community media. It is an exercise in thinking of moving images not as a symptom of or remedy for the political and aesthetic comorbidities associated with the archipelago's ongoing colonial status, but as an end in and of themselves, which shapes that history as much as it is shaped by it. As such, the edited collection's title refers to the vernacular expressions of cinephilia in Puerto Rican culture, implied by the phrase vivirse la película, which is used in casual conversation when someone has gotten carried away by their imagination. Life is a movie. Last night was a movie is what I compare it to, right? Or who overestimates their prowess at a particular task. To live out the film, its literal translation is also salient to the aim of this project because of its aspirational sense, as it indulges the Puerto Rican reflex to subliminate personal experience into cinematic desire and vice versa. And the title and kind of the framework is also inspired by an article by Silvia Álvarez Culvero, Vidas Prestadas, Cine y Puertorriqueñidad, where she discusses this very phrase, vivirse la película. So it'll be an edited collection featuring some more like archival essays, and also featuring just a wide range of scholars and practitioners, archivists, many of you who you may be familiar with. We have Gilberto Blasini's on board. We have Josiana Arroyo. We have, I don't want to name too many names, but those are the people who are like signed on. Naida Garcia Crespo. And this is being co-edited by, again, Pedro Dorete Rodriguez, the co-founder of the Mansion Project, and myself. So, you know, keep an eye out for that. Right now we're at like 27 chapters, so it'll be a big one. There is no other book like this right now on Puerto Rican film studies. So, you know, we're very excited about this, and we're heading into that kind of getting the drafts phase. So please keep an eye out for the Mansion Project's latest projects, the exhibition coming out in August 2026, hopefully, and then the book, Vivirse la Película, coming out in 2027, as well as other public programs. And please, if you have any advice or suggestions or are interested in this project, for Vivirse la Película, there's a ton of interviews being done for on Puerto Rican filmmakers, specifically Puerto Rican women filmmakers. And we want to turn that into like a digital archive of sorts. And we need to start that. So, and if you have any advice on grants for the exhibition, also let me know. Thank you.
And up next we have Jessica. Get our slides.
That's great.
We ready? Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm here to talk about the Texaco Wiki, which is a digital knowledge base on the novel Texaco by Patrick Chamoiseau that I co-created in WordPress with honor students at Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, starting in 2022. This open educational resource facilitates student learning through guided research, peer-reviewed scholarship, digital archival exploration, and through constructing a digital timeline of events in Chamoiseau's novel. Rooted in the theoretical framework of créolité, the Texaco Wiki project guides students to explore the ways that multiple voices, strategic opacity, and collaborative authorship can resist epistemic erasure and promote inclusive historical narratives in Caribbean literature. The QR code on the slides will take you there. Right. So I'll describe the development of the wiki and introduce you to some adaptable open access lesson plans that can be used to integrate the Texaco Wiki into undergraduate courses. The assignments encourage students to explore their own positionality and the epistemology of knowledge production by interrogating what they know about the Texaco story and how they know it. Conversely, students also explore what remains unknowable, what may be lost to history, and how knowledge intersects with power structures. I'll finish by sharing preliminary qualitative data from student self-reflection essays to demonstrate sample learning outcomes from this digital pedagogical approach. Texaco is a novel about Afro-Caribbean peoples establishing self-determined spaces in the Francophone Caribbean. the potential to resist oppressive forces of assimilation, and the power of storytelling to create change. Texaco won the Prix Goncourt in 1992, and it's an important text in post-colonial and Caribbean studies, but it can be a very difficult book for students due to the nonlinear narrative structure. The Texaco Wiki is a digital tool that's intended to make Chamoiseau's novel more accessible to 21st century students. Undergraduate students have written, edited, and published 30 Wicca articles to date that provide context for and interpretations of the novel Texaco, which we read in English translation. The website has logged over 2,800 unique visitors, over 4,800 total page views, with 56% of web traffic coming from organic search. So while my students are using the website, the information they publish is also reaching a much wider audience. And as an online digital tool, anyone with internet access can participate in the process of knowledge production by getting involved with the Texaco Wiki project. To that end, I have written open access lesson plans with grant funding from the Digital Library of the Caribbean and the Mellon Foundation to broaden classroom use of the Texaco Wiki. Those lesson plans have been downloaded over 140 times since they were published in April 2025. The Texaco Wiki project was born as a response to pedagogical challenge in a new course that I was developing. In January 2022, I was preparing to teach a 1-credit, 8-week honors course on the topic of globalization. I wanted students to learn about the Caribbean as an important center in the globalized colonial economy that brought wealth and dominance to European colonizers and eventually to the United States through the exploitation of resources and the labor of indigenous peoples and enslaved Africans. Texaco seemed like a great text for us to study, but when I thought about the course from the perspective of the learners, I realized there were significant pedagogical challenges that I would need to address. The novel Texaco is narrated as a series of secondhand embedded narratives and references to fictional archival sources, all compiled by a fictional alter ego of the author called Oiseau de Champ. Marie-Sophie Laberrieux is the protagonist. She tells the story of approximately 200 years of history on the island of Martinique from the 19th century through the 1980s. During this time, 2 important socio-political changes occur. First, enslaved Africans and their descendants gain legal emancipation but struggle to achieve true freedom due to rigid racial hierarchies. And second, the island of Martinique moves from the status of a colony, becoming assimilated into the French state. The challenging narrative structure of Texaco is an important feature because it dramatizes a form of post-colonial knowledge production by marginalized groups whose stories have been left out of the official colonial archives. However, the historical context is completely foreign to my students. A majority of them acknowledge that they had very little or no knowledge about the history of the Caribbean region before taking the class. I teach in an interdisciplinary honors program at a public, predominantly white institution in the Midwest region of the United States. This course fulfills a general education credit requirement, and most of my students are majoring in science, engineering, or nursing. It's rare to have a humanities major in one of my courses, and in fact, our French minor is currently being dismantled due to low enrollment. I was concerned about how to get these students oriented to the material and up to speed where they could productively engage with the complexities and richness of Chamoiseau's novel, including the context of Afro-Caribbean culture and history, the polyvocal nonlinear narration, Chamoiseau's blending of history and fiction, entangled framing and embedded narratives, and the inclusion of Creole language. So I decided to build a course around a digital humanities project that would engage students in the inquiry and discovery process of writing and revising wiki articles. So the Texaco Wiki is a pedagogical attempt to teach the novel Texaco while embracing multiplicity in the questions we ask, the sources consulted, and authors involved. The wiki format is built on networked knowledge. Students' analysis of the novel draws connections through hyperlinks between various wiki topics and a network of other student authors, peer-reviewed journal articles, and digital archival sources. A wiki also embodies an iterative process of collaborative creation that always remains unfinished. And the wiki format emphasizes networks of identity and knowledge, which are central to Chamoiseau's project of Creolité or Creoleness. Along with his collaborators Jean Bernabé and Raphaël Confiant, Chamoiseau established the Creolité movement to represent the Creole imaginary and to push back against European and white supremacist definitions of what it means to be Black and mixed race in the Caribbean. They write, Neither Europeans nor Africans nor Asians, we proclaim ourselves Creoles. Our history is a braid of history. Because of its constituent mosaic, Creoleness is an open specificity. It escapes, therefore, perceptions that are not themselves open. Expressing it is not expressing a synthesis, not just expressing a crossing or any other unicity. It is expressing a kaleidoscopic totality. The ambiguous narrative structure in the novel Texaco is one way of representing those metaphors of the braid, the mosaic, or kaleidoscope that are used to describe Creole identity by Chamoiseau. So with a robust initial set of wiki articles created in 2022 to 2023, I wanted to shift the focus of the project towards a deeper exploration of knowledge, narrative, and power in Texaco and in my classroom. Phase 2 of the Texaco Wiki project focused on developing a critical digital pedagogy framework to explore these topics and creating open access lesson plans so that it would be easier for other university educators to get involved with the project in their courses. I received grant funding from the Digital Library of the Caribbean and the Mellon Foundation, also benefited from a faculty fellowship from the SIUE Iris Center for the Digital Humanities at my home institution, and I participated in the 2024 Caribbean Digital Scholars Summer Institute Critical Digital Pedagogy track, taught by Dr. Zarina Prater and Dan Castillo. Shout out to them, they were amazing. And in spring 2025, I launched the revised course with a new focus on epistemology, using the Texaco Wiki as a discovery tool for students to explore gaps and ambiguities in the novel. With new course description, the new course description asks students to consider, how do we know what we know about ourselves, about the world, and about other cultures? And how does power, political, economic, social, cultural, and commodities like electricity and fossil fuels shape that knowledge, and vice versa? And we were analyzing the tension and interdependence between the evolution of local Creole culture and the globalizing forces of colonialism and capitalism in the Francophone Caribbean. The updated course learning goals state that learners will identify examples of transparency, opacity, and ambiguity in processes of knowledge production and dissemination with respect to the Caribbean. They will analyze epistemology of narrative gaps and networks that constitute erasures and resistance, and practice reflective reading, acknowledging the different values and knowledge that we bring to each text. This is a student-led discussion course. I expect students to teach their peers using the fishbowl discussion format, in which pre-assigned student leaders guide half of the class in discussion of the assigned reading, while the other half of the class observes, takes notes, and then reports what they heard. I challenge students to explore narrative epistemology and gaps as they read the novel. I provided the following questions as guidance. How do we gain access to the story? Who speaks, writes, and edits? How does Chamoiseau represent the multi-generational and multilingual narrative of stories passed down orally over time and then finally written down? Whose voices are missing or filtered through the words of others? How does translation complicate this? What gaps can or can't be filled? And I instructed students to consult secondary and tertiary resources like the Wiki, like the Digital Library of the Caribbean and the Early Caribbean Digital Archive. To prepare to lead the class discussion, I had students complete a simple worksheet to keep track of events and information in Texaco, noting page numbers in the novel where they found evidence that helped them reconstruct the timeline, make note of events that are ambiguous, as well as knowledge gaps. And at the end of the course, we worked in groups to construct a digital timeline of events that could define and make the gaps visible in a new way. The final assignment was a short reflective essay in which students synthesized what they learned about the colonialism and resistance in the Caribbean and wrote a positionality statement to situate themselves in their knowledge in relation to the material studied. And all of these materials have been peer reviewed and are freely available through the Digital Library of the Caribbean. You can also find a link on the Texaco Wiki Education Resources page. So I'm just starting to analyze the data from students' essays, but there are some clear themes emerging that suggest this pedagogical approach can be effective, especially for guiding students to think about epistemology and positionality. For example, students have said the following. As I reflect on this book, I'm now questioning how the knowledge I possess today has made its way down to me, where it all started, and what information may be missing from what I think is historically correct. And Texaco has shown me the importance of telling my story and helping others tell theirs, because we only know the true story of what has happened in history when we have heard all sides. The students' insights about their own positionality are rich and complex. I'll share just a couple of examples. There's a lot more to analyze. So reflecting on my own positionality, Texaco truly made me change the way I thought about colonialism. As a young student, I read numerous books about colonialism and found it entertaining to see how the world expanded its civilization through exploration and invasion. However, through various perspective readings in Texaco, I realized there are colonial histories affecting the space, recognition, and autonomy of marginalized communities. And I approached Texaco and this class from the perspective of a thoughtful, intuitive American woman. I was adopted by white individuals, but I am a Trinidadian white woman. I do not know much about my kinship ties there, but it was captivating to learn about slavery and resistance in the Caribbean, because that could have been some of my blood ancestors' history and therefore my own. I aspire to use the information I learned through Texaco to challenge other parts of history that do not fit with what I have learned about slavery and their resistance. So in the future, I plan to continue teaching this course starting again in January using this method, and I'll also be focusing on data analysis, dissemination of results, and trying to diversify the voices that are included in the wiki. Planning to write and publish a journal article on the outcomes data from spring 2025. I think there may be something interesting to learn as well from analyzing the knowledge networks within the wiki and also in the user data. And finally, it has always been my dream to develop collaborators with other educators to get more instructors, students, and community partners involved in writing and editing wiki articles. If you are interested in doing that, please talk to me, send me an email. I would love to chat with you. And then finally, just some shout outs to the Digital Humanities Center at my home institution for web hosting and mentorship. The CDSSI 2024 was amazing. Digital Library of the Caribbean, the Mellon Foundation, and then my WordPress theme and my slides, etc. Thank you very much.
Next we have Enrique Olivares Pesa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lovely presentation. I want to say thanks to the organizers of this conference. It's been lovely, giving us a lot to think about, particularly. No. Oh, okay, sorry. It's like a PowerPoint presentation. It's Olivares. But it's not a PDF. Maybe it's, check out, I uploaded it yesterday. Maybe it's in another folder. Panel presentations. What about panel A? Yeah, it's Olivares Enrique. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Hi, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Enrique Olivares Pesante. I'm a graduate student at the English department at UCLA. I'm also one of the co-PIs of the Puerto Rico Literature Project. And I'm going to talk a little bit about access language in our digital platform of open access poetry. And I thought it was grata sorpresa reading Mila had the Ataraya Cartonera archive. And I kind of wanted to start with one of the phrases from dear friends of mine, Xavier Valcárcel and Nicole Delgado, both poets, that I think underlines a lot of our efforts in archival work, as well as like what we're doing in Caribbean studies. The translation is in bold, but I'm going to read it in Spanish. La atarraya es una red, una herramienta hecha de hilos, tejido y amarre usados para la pesca. Para nosotros es un símbolo de resistencia a las imposiciones del colonialismo que incluyen la privación de la experiencia caribeña y latinoamericana dentro del mercado cultural de la isla. Así también significamos la atarraya como una metonimia del mar, esa sustancia en eterno movimiento que une todos los territorios de la tierra, y la pesca como metáfora de autonomía y autogestión. So I wanted to think about this because Ataraya Cartonera was known for producing and distributing cheap and accessible poetry chapbooks made out of recycled cardboard. Now, Ataraya's oceanic poetics not only attends to the physical obstacles of the literary market in terms of distribution as well as geographical distance, but they reckon with the enduring legacies of Spanish and U.S. colonialism in Puerto Rico and the Caribbean more broadly. Legacies that have displaced communities through its military, economic, and political occupation. I find that Ataraya's editorial manifesto articulates a unifying reparative impulse that underlines el quehacer cultural, or cultural how-to-do of Puerto Ricans writ large. One that involves to bringing together experiences and expressions that have long been dispersed, to remember that which has been dismembered. I want to think about our own project, the Puerto Rico Literature Project, as a sort of net in all of its virtual and political valences that expands on these decolonial practices through a digital infrastructure that centers access in terms of language. The use of bilingual controlled vocabulary, metadata, and keyword cache challenges US-based monolingual models of information management and broadens user accessibility, not just for Puerto Ricans in the archipelago and the diaspora, but users overall. I want to consider also our large scale, I want to consider our large scale translation efforts of some of our archival material, and how our mirrored websites are in both in English and Spanish offer a kind of new digital poetics for literary and rhetorical inquiry. And finally, I want to turn to kind of an example. We did a teacher's workshop in San Juan at the beginning of November, where we're kind of putting some of our lesson plans and integrating digital tools to the high school section and the elementary, the K through 12 system. I just want to go through like the agenda. We're going to talk about a little bit of the methodology, our controlled vocabulary, metadata, LOC, subject headings, talk a little bit about translations, and then transition to the other part. So the Puerto Rico Literature Project, El Proyecto de la Literatura Puertorriqueña, is the first open access digital archive of Puerto Rican poetry that collects literary texts from the authors from the archipelago and the diaspora. It was co-founded in 2021 with the help of poet and translator Roque Raquel Sala Rivera, former Academy of Poets president Ricardo Maldonado, writer and professor Claire Jimenez, and myself, along with a team of University of Houston and USLDH Lab, Gabriela Baez Aventura, Carolina Villarroel, and metadata specialist Lorena Goutreau. It was funded through the Mellon Presidential Initiatives Grant and is currently housed right now in UH. We've recently had an extension to include prose writers, novelists, short story writers, cronista, memoirists, nonfiction writers, and playwrights. Right now, we launched a website earlier this month, and we include over 150 poets and over 450 poems. So it's very important. That's kind of our team. Not a very flattering picture. One of the things that's very important for our project is approaching stewarding these materials from a decolonial perspective. So we want to front load the writers and their communities in the research process. We circulate surveys, we conduct personal interviews, and we collect stories that normally would remain unrepresented for the construction of author profiles, as well as managing like copyrights for published and unpublished works. What's really been facilitating core to this project is like most of us who are the co-PIs have personal relationships with all of the writers. If not, we're writers ourselves, right? So most of inclusion was just like texting somebody like, hey, we're doing this thing. We're giving money. We'd love to form part of the archive. Would you be down? And they'd be like, yeah, I'll text you my short story. I'm like, you do a PDF instead. So that's really been kind of a core principle. And I think like Puerto Ricans are like Puerto Rico na kama twin. Everybody knows each other from one way or another. So that's been kind of a very important in front loading our community. So part of this is also allowing them the visibility and offer the opportunity to represent themselves in a way that seems most meaningful and generative in their own words. So we're centering their own experience for the construction of these archives. We're also trying to put forward questions around multilingualism. I think migrant patterns for Puerto Rican communities have eroded bilingual grasp of languages. So Puerto Ricans in the USA side might be English dominant, but might be heritage speakers in Puerto Rico, even though it's a bilingual country. A lot of Puerto Ricans don't speak English or have a tenuous grasp of English. So we wanted to approach the collection of materials in a way that honored both of these examples. One of the ways that we're using a bilingual language is both in metadata and some of its controlled vocabularies. Because Puerto Rican experiences are not a monolith, we wanted to make visible some identities along the lines of race, gender, orientation, class, and ability through a specific set of controlled vocabularies. So, for example, we developed fully bilingual metadata sets for all the poets involved. One of the things that comes out to mind is we're also using an inclusive language model for including folks that do not identify as men or women. We're also bringing visibility to not only languages they wrote in English and Spanish, but also if they wrote in a third language as well. The same thing goes for the metadata for the poems. One of the things that our intervention seeks to do in the project is that LOC subject headings are incredibly limited and do not offer a lot of Spanish terms, in fact. And one of the biggest issues that we face is some of these terms around identities don't necessarily track as easily, right? There's a very big difference between using queer with a Q and queer, C-U-I-R, in Spanish, right? So obviously one is centering Western European thoughts of sexuality versus a queer tries to gravitate around the hemispheric identity around the Caribbean and the Americas. So we create our own set of, I had a slide that had kind of our Excel spreadsheet that has some of the words that we included. But for example, when we're talking about race, I'm thinking about Eduardo Arriaga is a friend of mine, thinking about race as a compartment, as a container, not in which you can put something in information, but that you can transport to connect to other experiences. So in Puerto Rico, when somebody identifies as Afro-Cuban, Afro-Boricua, Afro-Puerto Riqueño, or Afro-Latino, or Puerto Riqueño Negre, all these terms, even though that they are slightly adjacent or sympathetic, they all are dependent on an individual's own experiences. So we extract a lot of the controlled vocabulary from interviews we conducted with each of the writers. Wanted to show a little bit about how our portal, it's a mirrored site. You can look in the upper right corner. You can use Spanish and English and it flips, right? So you can have a maximum operability in search terms. If you search a term in Spanish, it brings you all the hits of the poems in Spanish as well as the one that appear in English. You can also search some of the poems by language in which they were written. I'll go a little bit closer. What's most interesting about our intervention here is that we have a massive archival translation of some of the works. So it's interesting how you can flip between a poem and its translation, and it's annotated with a glossary by Puerto Rican scholars of translation that have more of a nuance around specific terms or turns of phrases that allow for not only folks in Puerto Rico, but in the diaspora to kind of compare and contrast, which was most interesting part when it brought us to the workshop of teachers, right? This was at the beginning of November, and it was held in Cuartel Bayaja, and it was for high school teachers from the public school department from K through 12. So we had we provided some sample lesson plans that we're developing for the website, but we had a very simple objective. How can you use a portal to identify and analyze literary material that explore questions around home and rootedness, something that they could easily apply into their classrooms. The teachers had a great time.
One of the things that they found most interesting was able to use the keyword features, both Spanish and English, for identifying thematic sources, right? I mean, they're high school teachers that were interested in questions around love, death, hate, war. Obviously, they were also interested in looking at literary structures such as soneto or looking at the decima that you can identify through some of our keyword searches. They also introduced creative applications of some of the contrasting mirror websites. They wanted to see, why did a translator use a specific phrase or change a little bit of the literary form when you were flipping through the website. As well, a lot of these Puerto Rican teachers just did not have a lot of understanding or knowledge of Nuyorican writers or writers in the diaspora writ large. So even though a lot of diaspora Puerto Ricans might be familiar with like writers such as Julia de Burgos, some of the access to printed books was also scarce. So that's also kind of like one of the obstacles we're seeking to attend. This does bring some challenges. I think the biggest challenge is when I was talking about, it's very important that this archive, you can use it to visibilize experiences that your students go through. You might have queer students that it's very important to see other queer writers in the archive. And immediately I had teachers saying, well, how can you make sure that kids are not being exposed to crude language or to lewd experiences or things that can be upsetting, right? Later, Puerto Rico currently has a sort of right-wing government. So there was a lot of talk later about political positions, but rather conservative positions around gender, sexuality, and race are still an active problem in elementary school education. I was kind of forced to say, like, we're working on a content warning, but it made me really think about we want people to use our website in ways that seems more manageable and meaningful and generative. It made me really think a little bit about what Derrida says in Rogues, right? That you are no doubt beginning to find introduction to a bit roué. But what does this mean, this adjective, this related noun of rouerie? It defines as an action, trick, or turn of one who is roué. Roué thus qualifies someone or the action of someone whose ruse or resources indeed, whose craftiness or métis is deployed in a mischievous, malicious, malefic, or malevolent manner. I think part of this, like in education, Puerto Ricans were used to a lot of resourcefulness, to adaptation to some of these digital infrastructures. And I was thinking that it's most important for students to have this kind of access to live through experiences that they're kind of exposed to on a daily basis, which is, I kind of want to turn around and think about what Lorena Grutro in Documented Transborder Latinidades does. That rather than perpetuate that which divides the digital humanities from archives, is more generative to consider how this boundary crossing can instead serve as a nexus for a transborder Latinidad that exerts identity and community on multiple fronts. If archives are at times the exclusionary terra firma of historical representation, could the digital humanities, once wrested from their gatekeeping tendencies, provide an intersection and more democratic vehicle for documentary cross-pollination? How can we combine a community archives impulse with the possibilities of a broader participation and dissemination that is among the promises of the digital humanities? And I just wanted to think about like our portal, even though it seeks to have an archival use, it's also a creative portal. It's also a pedagogical portal. And it's not strictly limited to like designated Puerto Rican users on the web, but through everyone. Puerto Ricans have been long time having a dominant presence in the digital space. And I think now we're doing like much more of a conscientious reflection about what are our practices and how do we do our el quehacer cultural. Thank you very much.
Next up, have Amanda Zila, Arvind Singh, and Craig Ramla. You ready? Got it. You're representing for everybody? Everybody.
Hi, so in addition to being the only representative for my team, the length of authors on this work also got longer since we submitted the abstract a few months ago. So the reason for that being, while I am a lecturer in the Department of Literary and Cultural Communication Studies, I'm actually the PI of the Dream Lab. And my co-authors are not here because next week, Saturday, is going to be the launch of the Artificial Intelligence Innovation Center at UE, and its partners are CARICOM Impacts and the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. So they're busy planning for that event. So Dr. Ramlal will actually be the executive director of it, and Dr. Arvind Singh is the head of a sustainable technologies group within the center as well, called IntelliGrid. So right, so the overview of this project is that we're trying to create an AI-generated character who's capable of interactive storytelling and discursively engaging child audiences on topics pertaining to oceanic and environmental issues and conservation strategies. So our target audience was primary school and secondary school age students. So at the time when we submitted the abstract, our original delivery date for this would have been October 31st, a particular group, and that has been extended because of the implementation as well. So there's been a change. So previously, it was supposed to have its first implementation at a festival known as the Diwali Nagar, hosted by the National Council for Indian Culture. But due to our fine-tuning of the model that extended well beyond the date of that, we're now looking at schools in Trinidad and Tobago, and the Environmental Management Authority in Trinidad is also a national level stakeholder, and will be adopting the prototype for a character of their own design. So we're currently in the alpha testing and fine-tuning stages for final delivery. And I'm about to show you a video of our model at its worst, because I think it's important to see how terrible it is in order to discuss how we plan to fix it. Okay, so I'm clicking it, but it's not clicking. Thank you.
Can you explain the story?
Parable says that when something warns you, don't act until you're sure. Samudra tells of the devas on a serious journey in the ocean, using Mount Mandara and Vasuki to get Amrita. Vishnu helps her in his role as Kerma, and as Mohini, distributing the nectar. Many treasures and the poisonous hellhole come out.
What ways can we protect the ocean?
Let's keep it simple and sincere. The ocean needs our care, cut single-use plastics and support marine protected areas. Let's also take care of our waters by choosing sustainable options and helping clean up pollution.
Right, so he isn't that bad. I mean, he was able to give advice on using single-use plastics and that kind of thing for oceanic conservation practices, but he's still a long way away from being finished. So our premise for the project was we're engaging in eco-storytelling as praxis, and the reason for this is because we believe it has a role in inculcating cultural and behavioral changes that within the long term can influence perspectival changes in the recipient. And I think if we really are trying to make meaningful changes in relation to conservation and that kind of thing, starting with children and trying to change behaviors at that level is key. Right, so the background of this story. So the story that was used that the model is supposed to be able to retell is called the Samudra Matan, or the churning of the ocean, which is a narrative from the Indian epic, the Mahabharata. So within this narrative, the ocean is churned by the gods and demons to bring forth the nectar of immortality. However, the violent process of churning to bring this forth has the side effect of producing many dangerous and harmful items. So because of that existence in the narrative itself, it allows for parallels to be created for persons to reflect on the attendant problems of climate change and ecological collapse. So with that violent churning and that kind of thing, we could think about things such as drilling for oil and the possibilities of oil spills and all of that as well. And the objective is to get the child audiences to engage in conversations about these things through interactive storytelling. So that they are able to ask the questions live to the model in the same way that it would have been done in video by the demonstrator. Right, so some of the allegorical parallels that we've started to develop a data set for to use to train the model include those pertaining to ocean pollution, the examination of the ocean as a resource, the importance of conservation, the exploitation of natural resources and sustainability, and then through, again, narrative engagement and discursive opportunities, ways to protect the ocean will be discussed, in the role of individual responsibility and action in its protection, available resources from the ocean, as well as potential harms for oceanic ecosystems. Right, so the rationale for the character. So Carl Jung defines archetypes as collective contents originally derived from the unconscious. So throughout narrative and folkloric elements of culture is the recurrent archetype of the storyteller. So within Indian culture, Narada Muni is an archetypal storyteller figure found in the Mahabharata. And our reason for choosing him as well is that he is not a deity from the Hindu pantheon of gods. So we're not trying to replicate religious figures using AI technology. And his representation across other mediated forms of popular culture is fluid enough to lend itself to what we're doing with this project in a manner that is, again, not culturally insensitive. So his characteristics, and some of it I find kind of overlaps a bit with Anansi, is that he's eloquent, resolute, intelligent, and possesses powerful memory. He possesses knowledge of the universe and knowledge in morals. He's skilled at drawing inferences from evidence, which I think is a critical characteristic if we're talking about discursive engagement based on a narrative. And he's also a trickster figure. So in terms of how we've been going about this methodologically and theoretically, these are the areas that are influencing our basically carrying out of the project. So with respect to transmedial narratology, we selected that particular theoretical school of thought because we do not believe in having AI write our stories for us. Instead, we are looking at how to take narratives that already exist, that have been human created, and then use AI as a mediated channel for its representation in new and innovative ways. And that is the crux of the kind of work that I'm trying to do with DreamLab in terms of its AI and VR work. So in terms of Grace's theory of conversation, again, those maxims of like relevance and saying too much and saying too little is again critical in the model's ability to carry on a live conversation with the child audiences. So in terms as well, when we talk about relevance, if you have the model, again, and this was a problem we actually had, where we would ask it questions and it was not able to identify interrogative pronouns like who and what and match it accurately to content and the training data to be able to respond. Right, so eco-criticism and eco-culture for obvious reasons, because it is a project that is centered on environmental education. The Socratic method is being used again to frame the question and answer method, and eco-pedagogy is being used from a theoretical perspective because the overall objective is to develop students' eco-competence. And conversational grounding is being used as well because that is essential to making sure that both the model and the child audiences are mutually intelligible to each other, and that their contributions to the conversation are, again, relevant, make sense in terms of what is being discussed and all of these types of things. Right, so now to get to the engineering behind all of this. So the Narada system is a fully local, real-time conversational 3D avatar avatar platform that fuses speech recognition, language generation, text-to-speech voice synthesis, RAG-based memory, and 3D avatar animation. The text-to-speech code that it runs on, we wrote that ourselves from scratch. So we are very proud of that. And the browser continuously records Float 32 mono audio at 16 kilohertz and streams it to the back end using a unique stream ID. So that also helps to pull for the generated text, audio, and lip sync cues, again, to keep the model as well as realistic looking as possible while it's communicating. Right, so this is kind of a little bit of an overview of how it works. Again, putting the science in digital humanities here. So the audio packet, again, the questions would be coming through a mic that is connected directly to the system. So when that audio packet is again spoken into the mic, it's processed by those thresholds, and it continues to make its way through a lightweight CPU. And this is all great, but let me just draw your attention to the transcript part, where it's merged with persona cues and memory headers and retrieve knowledge to again make sure that the model is as accurate as possible. And then we keep our output streamed in small chunks in order to keep it as stable as possible as well, to minimize hallucinations and all of these other things that can take place. Right, we also use a layered memory architecture, again, for the stability of the model. And it also provides broader narrative coverage and world knowledge drawn from larger curated text collections. And we basically sit down and choose the sources that we want the model to be able to pull from ourselves, and basically write training data from scratch as well. So based on what we would have seen in the video, the opportunities for further fine-tuning include the body language of the AI figure. I find he gives Street Fighter the way he was just kind of randomly modulating his body, right? So we intend to use AI-assisted motion capture technology, specifically an app called Rococo, to assist with communication, congruence, kinesis, and paralinguistics. And given the model's focus on using smaller LLMs, again, minimal computing as praxis, we had to make the training data more enhanced manually, of course, to allow the model to make more meaningful connections, because we're not allowing it like a large model like ChatGPT or something to just scan through the internet and pull information randomly. Because again, child audiences, and we want it to be as accurate as possible if it's being used in an educational context. So this is one of my favorite things about the project. The model ethically leverages AI in the context of the arts, in that the model is not generating news stories and is using existing narrative. We're also furthering the involvement of human-computer interactions, or rather deepening that connection through the human in the loop. So the questions will be fielded from the children, but the entire discursive engagement is going to be mediated by a human storytelling figure to, again, serve as quality control, to make sure specific types of questions that the students as well are prompting into the system is accurate and relevant, and all of these things, to make sure the conversation is as fruitful as possible and that it will serve the purpose that we intended. Right, so we believe that the use of the AI-generated character within this project, it allows for audiences to develop both natural and environmental education simultaneously. So as I would have said at the beginning, our original target group would have been children who would have been involved in the National Council for Indian Culture's youth arm. So in that case, they may have been familiar with the Samudra Mata narrative before, but may not have had such a wide sense of environmental education topics and their content, and the reverse can also occur. You can have students now from other cultural backgrounds learning about this story while also engaging in environmental education content. So the advantage of the AI-generated character for digital eco-pedagogical praxis, the time sign has me fumbling, is that its training data can be easily expanded and modified to ensure that the model is conveying contemporary research on trends in ecological and climate studies. So in this way as well, we could continue to update the model frequently to ensure that the data that is being presented to the students is also the most recent. So we also believe that this ease of changing the data makes it a sustainable inclusion in eco-educational context within the region and in the long term. Right. So the use of a discursive interactive storytelling experience, which is modeled using traditional educational approaches, allows the audiences to engage in reflexivity, which may in the long term impact behavioral choices where human environment interactions are concerned. And the importance of this outcome is due to the disproportionate impact of climate change on the region and its oceanic ecologies. And this is my work cited, and thank you for your time. And this is my contact information in case anyone wants to do projects with the AI Innovation Center at UE or the Dream Lab, which is the official digital humanities cluster within it. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Tashay, and I'm really excited to tell you about an animated short film that I'm working on. It's called Tell Me When You Get Home. I am a filmmaker and cultural worker and educator based in Philadelphia. I've been making films for the past decade. This is a still from a film that I made in 2018. And I've started recently my first foray into animation, specifically 2D animation. And I'm really excited to sort of talk about it because I think it ties in with a lot of what has been discussed on the panel. So the project is about grief and loss within a Caribbean family. It follows a young girl named Honest. She's 15 years old, and she is navigating a sort of supernatural experience while she's at a family party where she has an encounter with the spirit of her late mother. So I wrote the film, I wrote an early version of it in 2019, and I really am interested in sort of thinking about the presence of people who are not physically with us. And I set out to write this after losing someone close to me. But every time I started to write about their absence or, the loss, I really was filled with all these images of connection and vitality. And so the project became a way for me to connect to the presence that people have and the way that people can kind of linger even if they're not physically with us. We used Midjourney in the very early stages of our conceptualization process. So Midjourney is a generative AI tool that came on the market in 2022. Just by show of hands, I'm curious if people have used it or are familiar. Okay, so if you've used it, you know it's a text-to-image tool, which means that you type in a prompt and you receive a set of images. And this was really critical for me because I am from a live action background, so I do not do illustration, I don't do design. I really just had the written word, which was a script, and I had this idea or this feeling of what the film could be. So these early images were all prompted by Midjourney. And this was really just me throwing a lot of different things in the program just to see what would come out of it. I knew that I wanted to have some lime green, and I knew that the mother figure in the film should exist in this kind of ghostly manner. But other than that, I wasn't really sure what the characters would look like. I wasn't really sure where they would live. And so I used Midjourney to test out what some of our early concept art would be. So the prompt that I use for this set of images is fat, Black teenage girl in circle with Jamaican family members, charcoal, violet, cyan, night, blind contour. The way that Midjourney works is that you can specify what you want to see from it using certain stylistic modifiers. So for example, blind contour is what produced some of the line elements in these images, and also what took us out of a more hyper-realistic figurative image and into something that is a little bit more playful. So I used fat and chubby as modifiers for the same reason that I used black as modifiers. If I didn't specify black, I would receive a white person. And if I didn't specify fat or chubby, I would receive a thin person. And so I made an effort to kind of build those things into the characterization of the concept art and to try to get something closer to what I had imagined. So you can see in these images, Midjourney produces 4 images with each prompt. And so often what I would do is either upscale or vary one of the images that it produced, whichever one felt closer to my desired outcome. And then I would also feed the images into another prompt. So some of these, the top two panels up here, you can see there's a hyperlink. That just means I've taken an image, put it into the system, added in some text prompts, and then it produces another set of 4 images. And it amazed me. It got pretty close to what I had imagined in my head. And I never could have drawn this or, sketched this in my wildest imagination. We also used Midjourney to design the environment for the film. So same idea. I would insert a prompt into the generator, and it would produce this kind of magical, realist image that you see in front of you. And I kind of kept feeding in images of homes to create a neighborhood, and feeding in images of neighborhoods to create an entire village. So this prompt is village of several homes on a mountainside joined together by planks, nighttime, star twinkling, line drawing, wide angle view, lime green, gray. Again, just throwing a lot of things in there just to see what would come out. Once we had the original concept art, that was 2023. So that was the 4th or 5th generation of Midjourney. Once we had those initial pieces, I gave them to a really amazing illustrator and designer whose name is Dansky Tang. I have to shout her out because she designed this. And you can see she sort of based the house on the homes that were generated by Midjourney, but we had a lot of conversations and went back and forth about these other flourishes that exist, the color of the water, the moons, the presence of different types of plant life. And these images fed into what became the art that actually exists in the film. So this is actually the first shot of the film. This was designed by an artist called Tinan Tsai, who also based her art off of the concept art by Dansky. Animation is interesting because it's really a series of references, and in a lot of ways it is pretty similar to the text-to-image process that we use for AI. So, we talk a lot and give very specific points of feedback about what elements we want to either upscale, so to speak, or downscale. And in the end, we get something that is close to a mood or close to a feeling. So this is the final, this is another shot in the film. This is a final house. We used human intelligence, so it took a really long time to create this final image. So this is actually the line drawing that was initially in our rough draft of the film. And you can see there are 119 replies between myself and the designers on Slack. So we spent a lot of time going back and forth about exactly what elements would land in the image. So this is, if you consider this the original, and then this is the final. So I'm in my thread telling them the general layout of the house will remain the same, but the house should be on a deck with short stilts. It needs to be turned into a one-story home with a palm roof. And it'd be great if you could add your own sensibility and flair, Directors have a way of speaking very generally and a lot of vibes and feelings, and animators actually don't really respond well to that. They're like, I don't know what you're saying. I need a very specific measurement. So you can see here some of the more specifics around our instructions around the size of the house, the orientation of the house, the texture of the roof, the inclusion of a window on the door. These are all little details. It's a lot of revision and a lot of back and forth. So it's also why it takes such a long time. It's an incredibly resource-intensive process. But images for animation, need to be in motion in order to be realized as a video work. So I think of explaining animation in the same way that you would think of a traditional flip book, that you have many, many drawings that are lined up next to each other. And then if you play them all in succession within a certain period of time, typically 24 frames per second, you would create the illusion of movement. So I wanted to show you an early version of the film. We work with something called an animatic. So an animatic is basically like a flip book where there are drawings that are placed next to each other. But we use this to really test out the tempo, the pacing, and the shots of the film. So I'll show you the first scene in the animatic.
Massive. Good music, big music. Real dance and real winding time, yeah? Back to the days, back to the 90s. I mean, no, let's go.
Tickle me so cat because you come from my shit up.
Super.
Anywhere you go, it up for y'all and pull up. Listen, me so cat because him well dangerous. Me say mud up italic and italic and italic. Me say mud up italic, it a rip up in market. Me say mud up italic, it a the latest lyrics. Come to the place and take up the mic and fling for your lyrics. Me say if you think I lie, you want to outlaw man. Come on, listen, me so cat and me not talk on miss. Ragamuffin, me so cat and me a chemist in a this. Me no use half a batch, me no work with switch. And this a DJ, you can't start circuit. 88 and 89, me say me know me a fi rich. Up and fi me just me want me satellite dish. Mud up italic and italic and italic. Mud up italic, italic.
So that's our animatic. That was made in 2024. So that was made last year. Trying to locate my actual. Oh, here we go. And throughout the series of our production, we added in a lot of these design elements. We went through a process called ink and color, which is where we, if you consider drawing in pencil, we go back and draw with a pen and actually color things in. We went through a really rigorous process of sound design. We did not clear SuperCat, so we made our own music. And this is the result. We are now in a fine cut stage. So I'll show you that same scene that you just saw. And this is fresh off the press because we just finished a new cut last week.
Yes. Welcome to the Boston. Big up the birthday boy. We'll come to check the vibes, right? So make sure we don't go get you a drink. And get you good food. And we have a good time, eh? Yes.
Nice to see you.
Big up the birthday boy. Honest. Y'all with it.
So that's the fine cut of our film, or one scene from it. And there are a lot of things that I want to highlight in my time. Oh, that is my time. But yeah, that's essentially where we are. I'll leave this because this is fine. We're finishing up though, so we're in our last stages of production right now. We hope to release the film next year. And I often talk with my animation director about just the realities of where we are in terms of digital media making. I think this is probably one of the last series of animation films being done this way. I think a lot of AI is being built into the systems and will be used to kind of expedite the process. So we're really proud of doing it the way we did it, even though it took a few years. And yeah, I would love to connect about it. I'm around, and like I said, hopefully it will be screening in 2026. So hope to share more soon.
Now we have our final presentation by Austin Anderson and Paola Aljoe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anderson.
Yeah.
Where is the other? I have the link. Perfect. Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Amazing. Cool.
Good afternoon, everyone. We would like to thank the Caribbean Digital for giving us the opportunity to share our project. I am Paola Yuli, me llamo Paola Yuli.
I am Austin Anderson.
So we are colleagues. We met at Howard University. We entered in the same cohort in August of 2021. So I am in my 5th year. I am a PhD candidate, focusing on Caribbean literary water world in literature.
And I am a postdoc. I graduated this year, and I'm a postdoc at Stanford University, where I study race and video games.
So a little journey, we met and became good friends. You could see us here at the College Language Association, CLA, a couple of years back. And we had thought about this project which was very much inspired by the ECDA, created a traditional and contemporary Caribbean slave narratives database, the TCCSN. And out of that came a video game called The Archivist. And Austin's going to tell you a little bit more about that.
Yeah, and so we were thinking along the lines of trying to figure out how can we make digital experiences that can emulate the experience of going through the archive, particularly from the perspective of someone who experiences this themselves. And I'll say here, we have QR codes throughout this slide, and this is actually to the video game demo itself. It's playable on laptops. It's not playable on mobile yet, but so feel free, we'll be showing the game towards the end, but please do play the game and give us feedback as we continue to develop it. And so we were taking this course and this 18th century course, and we decided to work on this project together on looking at these archives, drawing on some of the archives that exist out there, made by many of you fine folks, and then trying to incorporate that data into a video game to then ask the player to experience going through an archive. And the first iteration of this was this fairly simple text adventure game of just this one screen. It was really a prototype to say, can we do this? Can we actually get this from our heads to the screen, so to speak? And we made this really crappy prototype in about like 2 weeks, but it worked, and it made this project in 2022 like, okay, we need to return to this. And then we continued on our respective academic journeys. And when we decided to earlier this year begin really developing this project out further.
Yeah. So you can see kind of the inspiration for the game started with the question of where was Ignatius Sancho born? How many of you have heard of Ignatius Sancho? Yeah, good amount of you, right? So very much a scholar that we were able to read in our class with Dr. Emily Kugler at Howard University. But what is so fascinating, right? He has his narrative of Ignatius Sancho. And when you look him up on Google, his birthplace is the Atlantic Ocean. So our question was, how can you be born in the ocean? Well, of course, he was born on a vessel, on a slave ship, right, where his enslaved mother had given birth to him. But now he lives in the archive of having been birthed in this kind of limbo space, this kind of ocean abyss. So here you can see on the right-hand side, attempts to place the little kind of person icon in Google Maps into the ocean. And of course, it's not going to rest anywhere, right? So this was our inspiration for the game, trying to place these Caribbean narratives, these stories that kind of are silenced in the archive, right?
And so that led us to developing the through line of the narrative of this story, which is inspired by Paula's own attempts to search for her family's archive, and then her pretty extensive research in Caribbean water worlds and thinking about the water as a space of theorization, and using this of trying to digitize this in the game space to explore what are the potentials of games to iterate upon those ideas. I do a lot of work in race in video games, and often it's the bad things that games do, the things that are unproductive or caricatured, etc. And this was an opportunity for us to build something that was Caribbean and focused on a Black studies methodology and on an eco-critical methodology to some degree as well. And so we will briefly walk you through how we put this game together and then play through the game. I'll play through the game as Paula gives some commentary as we do so. And so we would meet, we're now on opposite coast, I'm in California and DC. And so we would meet on Zoom pretty much once a week, and we would strategize, okay, what do we want to do? What do we want this game to look like? And then we would talk about potential script ideas, and then Paula would go develop the script and write the script, and they'll share now some of their inspiration for doing so.
So as Austin mentioned, this game was inspired by my own experience trying to find my more recent family members, but with the hopes of getting to some information on my enslaved ancestors. So I was born in New York, in Queens, shout out. And my parents were both born in the Dominican Republic. My dad in Santo Domingo and my dad in Bani, grew up in San Juan de la Maguana, Guanito. And I was really interested in just learning more about my family as a Dominican American, as a second generation Caribbean person, just wanting to feel connected. I haven't been to the Dominican Republic in 8 years because it's expensive for our family, all four of us, to go together. So I'm still yearning and longing. So the script came out of that yearning and longing to go back. So as you can see, this is a draft of the script, and we imagined the archivist starting in some university library archives. In my mind, I had like Moreland Spring Garden because that's where I've done so much work. But just this kind of place, this location where we can situate unnamed. So when I initially started writing the script, I had just placed unnamed because I couldn't think of a name. Right? This is inspired by my story, but I wasn't just, I didn't really want to just write my name. I wanted to, I work with fiction, so I wanted to fictionalize the story a little bit. So I talked to Austin. I was like, what do you think? And I guess you could talk about your perspective. He was like, I'm like, what do you think? Right? I can't think of a name right now. And he was like, I kind of like it. Right? Because there are so many gaps in the archive where my name wouldn't exist without my ancestors. I was named after my paternal grandmother. And I don't know much about her outside of my dad's stories. And my dad is a storyteller. I'll tell you, he'll get up and he'll narrate a whole scene of something he experienced with his mother, his father, and so forth. So for me, I wanted to make sure that that gap is exposed later in the story. So that is kind of a plot twist there. But so yeah, I just wrote the script about, in this case, finding my maternal grandfather, who I did get to meet, fortunately, for the first 6 years of my life. So you can see a little bit of that story here. Going through the archives, ancestral databases, including Ancestry.com, specifically the library edition, because as a low-income graduate student, I do not have the funds to pay for all of these databases. So Ancestry Library Edition is a great way of accessing these ancestral materials for free.
And as you can see, also familysearch.org, which is actually part of, the name is escaping me, but it's part of a larger Catholic registry. And I actually had some students of mine come up to me in class. I teach Introduction to Caribbean Literature and ask me how they can find their ancestors. So I gave them some tips about ancestry and family search, and they were able to find some of their ancestors on these in these databases. So this is actually an archival document that I found in my search. It's been about 2 years. Of my mom is one of 13, and she was actually one of 14. Her oldest sister passed when she was 1 year old. And I had to ask guiding questions to my mom, like not saying, hey, it was your sister named Xiomara. Instead saying something like, what was your sister's name? Do you remember hearing about her? And then being able to connect the dots from what my mom told me. So the redactions represent the gaps in the archive, the information I didn't have. But now, luckily, those redactions are gone in my mind, at least. And the Library of Congress was also another helpful source, Registro del Estado Civil, RD. And now we can see a demo of the game.
Yeah, I wonder. So I would take this information and then and let me just get over to the actual gameplay itself. And I then would put this in the game and rewrite the script where necessary to make it fit within the gameplay mode. And then we would meet, review it, and make some changes, and then go on and so forth, and repeat and repeat. The game is, like I said, completed for a full demo. The demo right now ends at basically the halfway point of the narrative. The protagonist goes through 2 types of archives and goes back 2 successive generations, so grandfather and then great-grandfather, to look at these different archival gaps, and will continue to do so for, I think, 2 to 3 more generations, and then some of the story that gets told as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this back to Paula, and I'm going to just play the game, and Paula can read out some of the things that is happening on the screen.
And I'm going to play a little music as we do that too. We don't have music currently in the game, so we're trying to figure that part out and do some more research. Okay, so this was a genuine question I had. So a lot of this narrative is my actual voice. Where do I start? Last name, De la Cruz, which is my maternal mother's last name. First name, Juan. Birth date, I don't know. Country of birth, the Dominican Republic. Something I know, of course. Year of death, 2003. Okay, I remember that. And submit. Bani, no Guerra, no La Vega, no. Okay, Peravia, my grandfather should be here. We were unable to find your relative in our records. Great.
And then at this stage, what you can do is these are some archives that we've pulled from some real sources, and we've lightly fictionalized them for privacy reasons. And you can click on any of these, and then you can read what is within each document. And your goal is to try to fill the different research notes. So these are draggable, and so you will find the information, look for it, and then try to fill in each step. Whoops, there we go. So that fills in the parish, obviously. And this part of the thing is that some of these are going to be illegible, that you're not going to be able to find some of these archives. And so in this example, the date of birth is not discoverable in the archive. And oh no, there we go. And so you can see that information gets recorded there, but it doesn't get recorded on the birth year. And then moving forward to the final piece.
And if you notice too, there's a lot of information that doesn't coincide, right? Bani is not in Santo Domingo. So that is something that, you know, requires having to kind of parse through the archive. Okay. Is it working? Okay. Okay.
While I try to get this, why don't you just tell them about
Yeah.
where we end up?
Yeah. So
Where we end up is kind of where I've ended up in my journey. This game is written in real time as I go through these ancestral materials. So I have been able to locate, of course, my grandfather from my mother's stories and from meeting him. And I've also found my maternal great-grandmother and great-grandfather. So that's where I am now. So in this kind of stillness in this static place, what I try to do is look to my research, which is Caribbean literary water worlds, where when I was starting at Howard, I was reading these texts that I hadn't encountered before I got to Howard. Dion Brand's In Another Place Not Here, Marlon James's The Book of Night Women, being able to read these stories by Caribbean writers where they're, story worlding Caribbean experiences. And in so many of them, I found that they look to the water, even if it's a trickle, might be a flood, and to enter or to exit the Caribbean, you have to encounter water some way, whether it's by boat, whether it's by yola, like we say in the Dominican Republic and other places, or even by plane if you're just looking down past the wing, right? So that's kind of where we're at. So we're imagining these water worlds, and Austin has been able to kind of digitize these, provide these assets where you can see me looking to the water. I was recently actually in Mexico looking at the Pacific Ocean for the first time, and that kind of inspired where we're going next, which is now I'm thinking through the archive by looking to water. So.
And yeah, thank you so much. This is our contact details, and we look forward to the conversation. Thanks so much.
And again, you can find the game online.
Can I borrow the mic? That was fantastic. Thank you so much. So please join me again in a round of applause for the whole panel. That was fantastic. That was phenomenal. So I think we have about 15 minutes theoretically for question and answer. It says that we break at 4:45, right? Or is it 4:30? So we have 3 minutes for questions and answers. So why don't we take 1 or 2 questions and have everybody, speed run through the answers? Yes.
Thanks so much. My question's for Dr. Zilla. Thank you for that presentation. It was really, really interesting, and I appreciated the look behind into the technical side as well, even though I didn't really understand much of it. But it occurs to me that part of what you're doing with that, with running your own local lightweight AI model is in contrast to what the big models are doing in terms of their climate and ecological impacts. So I was wondering if your character is going to talk about that at all, or just the way you're using AI in such a different way when it is having a lot of climate impacts, but using it instead for climate education.
All right, let's take another quick question if we can. Kelly or Kayama? Which? Oh, Monegro.
Thank you all, everybody, for these great presentations. I was hoping that folks could talk a bit about what considerations y'all have put towards the digital divide in the platforms you're making accessibility from the Caribbean, particularly for folks that are using the internet through their phone.
All right, so we can do this, guys. All you have to do is just be nimble, quick on your feet.
So because our target audience are children between the ages of 8 to 12, I think it would depend on their own awareness too of the impact. So it might vary a little bit, but we have 2 data sets that we're running in the testing phase, and one is at the secondary school level. So that one would be able to anticipate that kind of questioning as well. Yeah, so we are in fact running a very low compute model.
All right, and in that vein, how are you guys thinking about accessibility?
Our websites are fully mobile on phones, and because Puerto Rico faces a lot of climate precarity, the data centers we're operating in Houston. There's political precarity going there. That's a whole different question, but that's it.
I'm going to go very quickly. Yeah, we plan to make it available on phone. With game making, you have to make a different version of the game for every single platform. And so we finished this on Friday. And so with the final iteration, we've got this only, that's why it's only available on HTML at the moment. The game is also 100% free. I should have mentioned that at the top on itch.io. It's a free platform. But then we will make new versions for iPad, phone, for Mac, etc. It's not particularly complicated to do that. It just takes more time.
I guess it doesn't quite apply in the same way to our projects because we have a book that we're hoping to get collaborate with a publisher in Puerto Rico to distribute and place in libraries and make it like it's an educational resource. But we do also hope to have kind of a digital component to it that we're still thinking through. So to be determined.
Okay. And with that, I think we are on time. Thank you, everybody. So we have a 15-minute break before we transition to our keynote dialogue, as if it will be the final event of today. So please enjoy some coffee. I think we have some left. Walk around, stretch up.
The Code Veronica one, they have a feature where you're supposed to like look through the object like an item, and then it would like depending on how you looked at it, it said like this is written on it. Right. So I was like thinking like if you get when I got the función, like part of it is like the person has to like read through it and like and be like, oh, this is useful information. Yeah. But it seems super cool. It actually makes archiving fun. Like it made like, oh, now I kind of want to go back and research. You know? Yeah, like because I was like thinking it's like, well, people can just research, like just go to like day store or whatever, do it on their own.
The Tibolom story has the Tibolom story has, I would say, died out a bit. The stories are not as prevalent as they used to be, and the Tibolom, as compared to other characters in St. Lucian folklore, was never very distinctively described.
What I think I know about the Tibolom from my parents was that supposed to be a little man, about 3 feet high, and he's supposed to represent a child who died before being christened, a baby who died before being christened, and of course, they used to frighten us with the way they used to describe them.
What I hear, what I was told, Tibolom is made by man. That's what people don't know. Tibolom is not one of the original characters that are just mystical and magical here. Agade is the one who makes a Tibolom.
Tibolom was also created by someone who wanted to do bad things to somebody else, right? And they needed the first egg of a chicken that is laying for the first time. Okay. Don't ask me how, but they needed the egg of the chicken, but it must be laid on Good Friday. And then they would take the egg and put it under their arm for a few days until it hatched.
And on the third day, you go to the sea, kind of close to the setting of the sun, go to the sea and you throw the egg in the sea, turn around, you don't look back, and you walk home. Or you drive, however you got there. And then now, somewhere between twilight and dawn the next morning, the Tibolom will appear.
Must be the first to say, let me make sure I get it right, Wese Metu, I am your boss. Wese Metu.
Granny used to say,
once you see the tibolum or it's formed, there is something that you must do, and you must do it first. You need to tell the tibolum, Musemetu. You must say, I am your owner. And then, not only then, you are in total control.
Do you know how to get rid of a tibolum?
I don't know. You're making me sweat.
You need to send the tibolum to the sea to get water in a basket full of holes. That way, everything. Say, bring back the bucket or the basket full. Keeps him busy.
That's why they say look like a fetus. Sometimes they say they put it in a basket and they know where to put it in the crossroads. And if they put it there at the right time with the right words, they can walk away and it not find its way back home to them. So.
But I think the narratives around these characters are also very, very interesting. You know, if not comical, but very interesting. You know, I mean, the tibolum, the idea of a child who is very strong, you know, stronger than even the strongest of men, you know, and they feed on an exclusive diet of meat, you know, red meat. You know. And if you are not able to provide them with that diet, there could be dire repercussions for you, the owner of the bolum. And they have a propensity to raise you when they're angry and drop you, you know, what we call in the vernacular, fesiate.
These are the stories of the tibolums.
That's what I've heard. That's what my granddad told me. Be careful when you're walking on the road. Do not stop and speak to things. Do not stop and touch things, and just go straight home. That's my story.
This is what I remember, and
that's what I know.